cooperating with December. In compliance with the notification requirements of the Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and to the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off by using the button on top of them and are on when they're blue. So with that, I would like to take a minute to for a little remembrance of Hunter Morrison, who was the past chairman of NOACA for us planners. It's very important in planning the history of Cleveland, and just take a second to think about Hunter. And he died in his sleep this week. And I know we saw him at NEO 2040
Just a couple weeks
weeks ago, which is sort of scary, but just for a minute to remember Hunter and wish him best. So with that, the minutes of the September 19th meeting. Are there any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve the minutes? John Gall, second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion is approved. Public comments and any agenda items. Has anyone signed in to speak today? If no, let's go to the chair and executive director's report. Grace, do you have an executive director's report?
Nothing specific, but certainly as we get towards the end of the year, just always want to ensure that I am acknowledging the participation and presence of the committee. NOACA's work is important, and we could not accomplish our work without the participation of our committees and subcommittees. So thank you all for attending, for the preparation and conversation that you participate in. Just thank you and have a wonderful rest of the year. And we look forward to a great new year too.
Thank you, Grace. There are no action items today for our meeting, so let's go down to presentation and discussion items. For information, the Air Quality Public Education and Outreach, Sarah Mulligan. You're there already. No.
Guess it helps to turn it on. Can you hear me now? Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. So my name is Sarah Mulligan. I'm NOACA's Manager of Environmental Planning, and I'll be doing the public education and outreach updates on behalf of our public affairs team. So no action is required of you all today, and this is intended to continue the updates that we've been providing in the past regarding our efforts to conduct public education and outreach around NOACA's air quality programs. In terms of air quality advisory days, I'm happy to say that we've had no air quality advisory days from September until now and don't expect any throughout the rest of December. Winter is typically pretty quiet on this front, but we will continue to monitor, especially as we get into spring and ozone season. In terms of media messaging, throughout the last quarter, we've continued to promote the use of our GoHio Commute app and platform and air quality programs through media campaigns, website promotions, and radio and television advertising. One thing that we're particularly proud of was our Lake Erie challenge that occurred from October 1st to October 31st. And you can see the little promo ad we have down here on the bottom right. Along with the typical promotion via social media and the website, we also had a nice television ad along with that. And then our public affairs team was able to set up this activation zone, which is at the absolute bottom right here at the Lake Erie Monsters game. And they handed out a lot of promotional items. Around 500 items were distributed, along with on-site participation sign-up. So we were really proud about that. And of course, we want to thank our sponsors, Bike Cleveland, GCTRA, Lake Tran, and University Circle. our next steps will be to continue providing you with these quarterly updates, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions, comments? Thank you, Sarah. Now we have our Lego champ, Ashley Dennis. Are you going to build anything for us today or no?
Maybe in the future, I'll build a little Lego monitor for you guys and do a demonstration. That would be fun though, wouldn't it? All right. Ashley Dennis, Air Quality and Rideshare Planner for NOACA. I'm going to discuss the Ohio Commute Update and Performance Measures for you. No action is requested at this time. This is always just for informational purposes, and we present these updates at Air Quality Subcommittee quarterly meetings. So just again, if you're unfamiliar, we usually measure the progress of Ohio Commute with 4 categories: the user metrics, system-wide metrics, platform administration metrics, and outreach and promotion metrics. All right, for users in the region, for all of Ohio, we are 34%. The NOACA region is 34% of total users on Ohio Commute, but we do encompass anywhere between 56 and 67% of the non-SOV trips, the miles avoided, the carbon dioxide avoided, and the money saved. And then if we take some of those metrics that we have and convert it, we are actually saving about 671 acres of, well, the amount of CO2 avoided using Ohio Commute is equivalent to 671 acres of forest removing CO2 from the atmosphere in a single year. And the miles saved from non-SOV trips is equivalent to driving around the perimeter of Ohio 1,661 times. So it's a lot of miles and a lot of CO2 that we're saving just from sustainable transportation. And then just to go into a little bit of our van pool, since van pools are you're able to find a van pool through the Ohio Commute platform. If you are in one of our NOACA subsidized van pools, right now you are saving anywhere between 414 to 2,553 miles on your car per month. You're avoiding anywhere between 0.14 to 0.88 tons of CO2, and you're saving about $228 to $1,404 a month just by not putting that extra wear and tear on your own personal vehicle. Right now, we have about, up to November, we have 36 active van pools. We've had 17 sunset this year, and we do have our van pools coming from all over Northeast Ohio, not just the NOACA region. So we have van pools coming from Cuyahoga County and Erie and Trumbull and Summit and so forth. We finished our Ohio Commuter Challenge in September. This is a 2-week challenge that all of the Ohio MPOs who have Ohio Commute, we get together and we put on a challenge every year in September. It's a 2-week challenge. For NOACA region, we had 65 participants, almost 800 trips, and you can see we've managed to save 2.3 tons of CO2. And then to move on to our Lake Erie Challenge that we had in October, even though our participation went down just a little bit, we were able to increase the mileage, the commuter savings, and the calories burned during that time. And then the last thing I want to talk to you about, my Ohio Commute office hours. I do give quarterly updates on new topics related to Ohio Commute. I send out emails through the platform so that Ohio Commute users can have an opportunity to join me in learning about something that they may not learn before on Ohio Commute platform. Recently, my topic was the Guaranteed Ride Home program that allows users to have more like a backup plan for getting home. So if you're someone who was in a van pool or a car pool and you had to stay late at work and you needed to call for a taxi to get home, the Guaranteed Ride Home program would cover up to 80% of that cost, up to $60. And then the next topic I will be discussing for our office hours is going to be the employer incentive programs. And our current budget for Ohio Commute platform is $10,000. And I will continue to provide quarterly updates and metrics to the subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much.
I had a question.
Oh, yes.
All right. Your sunsetting, I believe, was the term you used.
That's
About
correct.
about half of your van pool. What measures are you taking to establish new replacement, additional van pools?
So we do work with Commute with Enterprise, and when I say we, I mean the programming team. So specifically, I don't know what programming does with Commute with Enterprise, but Commute with Enterprise does do outreach to promote the NOACA subsidy van pool program. Now, even though 17 have sunset, we started the van pool program back up in 2022, and a lot of those van pools would have sunset this year in 2025. So yeah, we did have, I think, a little over 40, I think a few months ago. So it is between programming and Commute with Enterprise, who is currently conducting outreach. And I'm sorry, go ahead. Grace, did you have something to say?
No, I
Oh.
was just going to add that the program is just a 3-year program. So we do anticipate sunsetting van pools, and we do have outreach as part of our contract with Commute with Enterprise. But we are looking internally to determine how we can best position ourselves to do more outreach and recruiting at the business level.
And has that funding source also sunset?
Yes and no. It sunsets for those specific van pools because it is 3 years, but then it is continual that we can get new van pools.
And is that being pursued?
We do already have the funds for that.
Are
It's
those,
part of our CMAQ program.
are those 17 with the Veterans Administration, or do you know where they all are?
I apologize, I couldn't hear that question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are those 17 with most of them are with the VA. Are they with the VA, or maybe you can provide a list of those who are subsetting to the subcommittee?
Oh, of course. Yes, most of them are through the VA that have sunset, but there are a couple from other organizations that have sunset as well. Let me see if I have it written here. I just want to double check. I don't have it specifically. If that is information that you want me to provide for the air quality subcommittee, I can absolutely do that for you.
I think, would that be of value? I think that would be of value.
Yes, that would be helpful.
Of course. And just to let you know, programming does update the committees as well, not the air quality subcommittee, but I believe they're for the programming, and is it BACCAC and RAC, I believe.
Okay.
Programming does update van pools as well, just not through the air quality subcommittee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next up is the Ohio EPA Serious Non-Attainment Redesignation Request. Kurt Kellenborn. It's serious, not non-serious, so that's good, right? It's a serious non-attainment redesignation request. That's what
Yes.
it says.
Good morning,
Come on, Kirk.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Kirk Kallenborn, the Air Quality and Climate Policy Planner here at NOACA. I will be going over Ohio EPA's Serious Non-Attainment Redesignation Request for the Cleveland Non-Attainment area for the 2015 8-hour ozone NAAQS. No action is requested at this time. This presentation is for information only. So what we'll go over today is the ozone NAAQS history, the exceptional events demonstration, the redesignation request, the redesignation criteria, the U.S. Court Appeals, the Sierra Club versus U.S. EPA. This court case may affect the redesignation criteria. And then we'll go through the emissions inventory and the contingency plans. So a little history. The 2015 8-hour NAAQS is currently set at 70 parts per billion. It's based off a 3-year rolling average of the 4th highest daily maximum 8-hour ozone concentration. So in 2018, the US EPA designated Northeast Ohio marginal non-attainment for the 2015 NAAQS. And then on August 3rd, we missed the deadline and were bumped up to moderate non-attainment. These determinations were posted in the Federal Register on October 7th, 2022. And then again on August 3rd, 2024, we missed the deadline and were bumped up to serious non-attainment. These designations were posted to the Federal Register on December 17th. And then most recently, on December 8th, 2025, the Ohio EPA submitted the redesignation request for the 2015 8-hour ozone NAAQS. So here we can see the 2023 to 2025 ozone design values. These are the current design values without the exceptional events demonstration. So here we have all of our monitors listed out and the non-attainment area highlighted, and we have the respective ozone design values for the monitors. So you can see here that all of the monitors are in attainment with the status except East Lake and the District 6 sites, which both have a current value of 71 parts per billion. Now, however, on December 8th, the Ohio EPA submitted the exceptional events demonstration for the 2023 wildfire-related ozone episodes in Cuyahoga and Lake County. This demonstration seeks to remove ozone data from federal regulations that were caused by the 2023 wildfire-related episodes. The current ozone episodes in question are from June 1st to June 2nd, which affected the District 6, East Lake, GT Craig, and Paynesville sites. And then on June 9th, the ozone episode affected District 6 and GT Craig sites. So if the exceptional events demonstration is approved, this would decrease the District 6 and East Lake 2023 to 2025 8-hour design values from 71 to 70 parts per billion, which would bring these sites into attainment. So we do have some exceptional events requirements. One is a narrative conceptual model describing the events that occurred. The next one is demonstrating a clear causal relationship between the event and the exceedances. So part of the ways they did this was they tracked weather patterns to demonstrate how the weather facilitated the transport of smoke into our area. They also used satellite imagery to track these smoke plumes, and they compared the PM 2.5 concentrations to show when the spikes occurred. The demonstration also has to show that the event was not reasonably controllable or preventable, and that it wasn't from a human activity unlikely to reoccur, or it was a natural event. And also the demonstration has to show that the public was notified of the events and Ohio followed the public comments process. So this table shows all of our monitors in our non-attainment area and their respective design values for the 2023-2025. We can see that without the exceptional events demonstration, we have 2 monitors that are not in attainment. And then with the exceptional events demonstration, we have the District 6 and East Lake sites, I believe, going down from 71 to 70. And we have some other sites that went down from 66 to 65, 70 to 69. And the other monitors were not affected. So a little bit about the redesignation request overview. The redesignation request and maintenance plan was submitted to the US EPA on December 8th, 2025. This was submitted simultaneously with the exceptional events demonstration. It seeks to redesignate the Cleveland non-attainment area from serious non-attainment to attainment. And it's based off the claim that the 2023 to 2025 8-hour design values have achieved attainment for the 2015 ozone NAAQS, which is contingent on the US EPA's approval of the events demonstration. So the redesignation request criteria, we have to attain the 8-hour NAAQS, as we showed that the exceptional events demonstration will help us achieve this. We also have to have an approved state implementation plan. Now, revisions to the state implementation plan were submitted March 30th and December 21st of 2022. And at the time of this redesignation request, no SIPR revisions were due. We also need to have complete fulfillment of Section 110 and Part D. Section 110 lays out the general SIP requirements, and Part D lays out the basic non-attainment requirements based on what designation you are currently. The redesignation criteria also has to show that the improvements in air quality are due to permanent and enforceable reductions in emissions. And we also have to have an approved maintenance plan, which was submitted with the redesignation request. So as I said, no SIP revisions were due at the time of this redesignation request, but there was a recent court case between the Sierra Club versus US EPA. These court findings were published December 5th. And in this court case, the Sierra Club challenged the US EPA's approval of Detroit, Michigan's events demonstration plan and their redesignation request. Now, ultimately, the court approved the events demonstration request, but they vacated the redesignation request. Now, the issue of this court case was it's kind of based on the verbs that were used that kind of describe the requirements. So the currently listed in our requirements, the state containing such an area has met all requirements applicable to the area under section 7410 and part D. Now, the court interpreted has met all to mean that the requirements due prior to final redesignation must be implemented. However, the US EPA has long interpreted has met all that any requirements that become applicable after a redesignation request is submitted are no longer applicable. So in this case, Detroit, Michigan did not submit their RACT requirements, which were due after their redesignation request. So that is the reason why their redesignation request was vacated by the courts. Now, what does this mean for our redesignation request criteria? Well, we had an attainment demonstration due June 1st of 2026, but we're not planning on submitting that due to us under the interpretation that we did not need to submit that since we had submitted our redesignation request. So we submitted this request, I believe it was December 9th, and the due date is due January 1st, 2026. And it does require a 30-day public comment period. Now, I contacted the Ohio EPA. They said that we can get this attainment demonstration approved by a process known as parallel processing, so it can be processed along with the redesignation request and events demonstration. Also, we may have a RACT issue. We submitted our RACT SIP March 17th, 2025. However, we do have a RACT implementation due date on March 1st and a RACT studies due April 1st. So currently the EPA is trying to work out how these RACT issues might affect our redesignation request. And the court also has acknowledged that the administrator has authority to extend the RACT dates. Okay, so now we'll jump into the emissions inventory that helps satisfy some of the redesignation request criteria. So some of the requirements for the emission inventories that we needed an inventory of the ozone precursor emissions, volatile organic compounds, and nitrogen oxides. This emissions inventory needed to be projected out to at least 10 years. So the Ohio EPA chose a base year of 2017. And then in 2017, there's the National Emissions Inventory was released, so this was a good year to choose. We have our attainment year is 2025, our interim year, which is sort of a checkup year, in 2032, and our maintenance year in 2038. Now, and then another requirement is that the projected emissions are sufficient to maintain the ozone standard, and maintenance is demonstrated when the maintenance year, 2038, projected emission totals are below the 2025 attainment year totals. So some of the source emissions that were analyzed for this inventory are point sources, electric generating units, and non-electric generating units, and non-point and non-road source emissions. So the EPA calculated these emissions using their emissions modeling platform, which is based on the National Emissions Inventory. And then this can be found in Appendix B that was submitted with this request. Now, on-road emissions were calculated using the US EPA's Motor Vehicle Emissions Simulator, currently MOVES 5, and this is found in Appendix C, the mobile inventory. Now, this is where NOACA really got involved in this project. So we had a meeting with Ohio EPA on October 1st, and we weren't really expecting this redesignation request to happen. So on October 1st, they requested that we provide an on-road emissions inventory for the ozone precursors. And they would like them due by a little bit before November. So it's kind of a tight time crunch. It might seem like a month to calculate emissions inventory, but we had to work with a lot of moving parts. We had to contact our transportation department to get updated VMT data and source population data. We got updated data from the Ohio EPA, and we also had to work with AMATS, we worked with ODOT, who calculates who does the MOVES runs for AMATS. And so ODOT will send us their MOVES runs, we'll calculate the total emissions, and we submitted a technical memorandum to the Ohio EPA. I think it was October 28th, so just a little bit before they wanted to submit. They submitted the redesignation request on November 3rd, I believe, for public comment. So here we can see the NOx and VOC emissions inventories for Cuyahoga County. I wanted to include the county's emissions inventories just to see where all of the emission sources are coming from. So when looking at the NOx emissions inventory, these emissions are expressed in tons of ozone per summer day. We use summer day because we use July to model this emissions inventory because typically that's the hottest summer month and there's a correlation between the temperature and ozone emissions. So looking at this, we see that the EGU emissions actually increased. This safety margin is described as the difference between the 2038 maintenance emissions and the 2025 attainment emissions. So we can see that the EGU sources actually increased by 0.02 and non-EGU increased by 0.41. And then the largest decreases did come from on-road emissions. We can see that total on-road emissions for Cuyahoga County for NOx was 5.99, and the total reductions in VOC emissions for on-road was 3.92. So giving us a total of 5.88 reduction in tons per ozone for NOx and 7.68 tons for VOC. So now we can see this is a NOx and VOC emissions inventory for the entire Cleveland non-attainment area. We can see which counties are producing the most emissions and which have the highest reductions in emissions. Currently, we see that Cuyahoga does have the highest emissions, but also the highest reductions. Looking at the combined total for NOx emissions reductions, we see that we have 14.63 tons reduced. That is from 2025 to 2038. So as I mentioned before, maintenance is demonstrated when the 2038 emission totals are below the 2025 attainment totals. So you can see that we have this safety margin of 14.63. This is kind of like a buffer of how much room we have before we are approaching that margin. And then for VOC, we have an overall safety margin of 13.17 for the Cleveland non-attainment area. So this table here represents the most significant emissions reductions that occurred from the entire Cleveland non-attainment area. So from 2017 to 2025, the EGU NOx went down from 3.1 to 0.69. And then we see some very large reductions in non-road and on-road emissions. Now, the EPA has credited some of these emissions to strengthening federal regulations on new vehicles and off-road diesel vehicles. So this helps demonstrate that these emission reductions are permanent and enforceable. So you can see, yes, a very large reduction in on-road and non-road emissions. And then to also help demonstrate that the improvements in air quality are due to permanent enforcements, permanent reductions, we see this graph here represents the average temperatures from May to September at the Cleveland Hopkins International Airport and the annual fourth highest daily maximum 8-hour concentration at the Eastlake site. So now there is a correlation between temperature and Ozone concentrations. As this graph shows, while there is some correlation in the beginning, these lines do diverge over time. The temperature does increase over time while ozone emissions reduce over time. So these reductions in emissions aren't due to favorable meteorology. And then the Ohio EPA did list out some potential contingency measures. One is to require VOC and NOx emission offsets for new and modified major sources, and to increase the ratio of emission offsets required for new sources. And then we could also have some sources potentially subject to feature controls. So for VOC rack, we could apply some rack technology to architectural and industrial maintenance coatings, automobile refinishing shops, and the NOx racks we could apply to EGUs and other sources less than 50 tons per year. So for our next steps, we'll monitor the approval status for the exceptional events demonstration, the redesignation request and maintenance plan, and the attainment demonstration. All three of these must be approved in order for the redesignation request, in order for us to be redesignated. We will also monitor the rack submittals and continue to monitor ozone levels in Northeast Ohio and update the air quality subcommittee after final area designations. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Do we have any questions or discussions? I saw some over here. None? Thank you very much.
Kirk-
Oh, we
Kirk,
have Tim.
yes. Can you go back to the next to last slide?
This one?
Yes. One more. Okay, you got potentially subject to future controls.
Mhm.
Can you go into that a little bit more as far as architectural, industrial maintenance coatings, automobile refinishing shops? What would be those future controls?
You know, they didn't specifically list them out. These are kind of just, they don't know what the issue might be in the future. So these are all kind of potential. I don't know if they went into such specifics on this, but I can dive into this more and come back and give you that information at the
Alright.
next committee.
Right, thank you.
Thanks.
And the they is EPA.
Excuse me?
Who's the they? They didn't go into.
Oh, yes, the Ohio EPA. Sorry,
Okay, thank
the
you.
report, yes.
Any other questions or discussions? Tim, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I think on that one, I think that generally would be subject to the rack.
Into your mic.
Oh, to the-
We can't hear you.
What's that? Oh, is it not?
Right on it.
Generally, that would subject them to the RACT, and they would have to determine reasonably available control technology. So they would go through the studies to determine, for example, controls applied to body shops and things like that, which we haven't really done before, except for particulates. I was just going to say that was a great presentation on a very recent and complex topic. So thank you.
Congratulations. I mean, December 5th was not long ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next up, we have the Future of Commuter Choice Programming by Ashley Dennis.
We got switched. I think these.
I think there's
Oh,
one in
You wanna go
between.
next?
no. Oh, no, you're right. Kirk, you're still up with the 2025 air quality forecast accuracy.
Okay, yes.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. So yes, I'll be going over the 2025 air quality forecast accuracy for Northeast Ohio. Now, we typically give this presentation at NOAA's Air Quality Forecasters Workshop in October. However, due to the government shutdown, this workshop has been postponed to January 15th and the 16th. We typically provide this information to NOAA to let them know how their models are performing in our area. So no action is requested. This information is this presentation is for information only. So overview, we'll go over the NACS history. We'll just go over PM 2.5 since we already went over ozone. We'll go over our air quality monitors, and then the 2025 model performance for ozone and the model performance for PM 2.5. So we went over the ozone NACS timeline. Here's our PM 2.5 NACS timeline. So in 2012, the EPA strengthened the annual standard from 15 to 12 micrograms per cubic meter. And then in 2024, the EPA strengthened the primary annual standard again from 12 to 9 micrograms per cubic meter. These standards take effect on May 6, 2024, and Cuyahoga County was the only county expected to exceed this standard. Then on February 7th, 2025, the Ohio EPA recommended Cuyahoga County, designating Cuyahoga County as non-attainment. And the anticipated date for the US EPA's final PM 2.5 non-attainment designations are February 6th, 2026. Here we can see the 3-year rolling averages for annual PM 2.5 in Northeast Ohio. Currently, the only county to be exceeding the 9 micrograms per cubic meter standard is Cuyahoga County. We did have Summit County approaching the standard the last couple of years, but since then, all the emissions for PM 2.5 in all counties have gone down. So we currently have 11 ozone monitors in our air quality area. We did lose the Mayfield monitor this year. We had 12 last year, we currently have 11. And we have 9 PM 2.5 monitors. And then there's our air quality monitoring region below. Here we can see our current ozone monitors. As noted, we lost the Mayfield monitor in Cuyahoga County. Here we have our PM 2.5 monitor locations. You'll see we have a cluster of monitors located in the center of Cuyahoga County. This area is known as the Industrial Valley, and we've had fine particulate matter issues here in the past. So NOACA forecasts daily peak fine particulate matter concentrations and 8-hour ground level ozone concentrations. The fine particulate matter forecasts are year-round, and the ozone forecasts are from March 1st to October 31st, and we post these forecasts through AirNow Tech. So here we can see NOACA and NOAA's 2025 forecast performance for ozone. For the good to moderate threshold, NOACA had an 81% accuracy compared to NOAA's 12Z accuracy, or 12Z model had an accuracy of 80% and 76%. And from the moderate to unhealthy to sensitive groups threshold, NOACA had a 94% accuracy, and NOAA's 12Z model had a 96 and 94% accuracy. So pretty similar. I do have to mention that the air quality forecasting responsibilities are being transitioned in between positions. So currently our air quality forecasting data is only updated till the end of September. So we do not have October and November included in the forecasting data. So here are the exceedance days for 2025. We did have an exceedance on October 4th, not included in this one. I believe it was 2 stations that exceeded with a peak of 73. So for the other exceedance days, April 24th, June 3rd, and June 12th, neither NOAA or NOACA predicted an exceedance. However, on July 15th, NOAA's standard models did predict an exceedance, but their bias-corrected models did not. And we did have an exceedance of, had a peak of 85 parts per billion across all of our ozone monitoring stations. And then on July 23rd, NOAA did not predict an exceedance, but NOACA did. And we had a peak of 74 and only 1 station exceeded. So, NOAA versus NOACA exceedance forecast performance. So missed opportunities are when NOACA did not forecast an exceedance, but one did occur. NOACA and NOAA did have 4 of these days. However, NOAA's standard models, as mentioned before, forecasted a July 15th exceedance, but their bias-corrected models did not. False alarms are when an exceedance is issued, but when one is not observed. NOACA had 8 of these days, and then NOAA's 6D standard model had 4 days. Their 6Z bias-corrected model had 5, and their 12Z standard model had 5, and their bias-corrected model had 7. So, exceedance stations are events when either the NOAA forecast, the observation, or both exceeded the 2015 ozone NAAQS. In 2025, we had 32 exceedance stations. NOAA missed 21 times on these, which is 66%. We also had, NOAA also had 11 false alarms, which was 34%, and they were not successful at predicting an exceedance at a station this year. So here we can see the successful exceedance stations predictions for the past few years. So while the total number of exceedances have gone down, our accuracy has gone down as well. And we had 0% this year, which is not great. So one issue that might be causing this is it's kind of difficult to forecast in our area due to the wide range of observed values that can occur on an exceedance day. So here we see a table that represents the range of observed max 8-hour average ozone values for non-exceedance days and exceedance days. So on a typical, on a non-exceedance day, the typical range between the highest observed value and the lowest observed value was 10.3 for 2024 and then 11.1 for 2025. Now on an exceedance day, this range almost doubles to 19.6, which kind of gives you an idea that it could be pretty hard to predict an exceedance at one station when one station is 20 parts per billion lower. So we laid out the daily range of observed maximum 8-hour ozone values in this bar chart here. This is for 2025. You'll see that most of our days, our ranges of observed values occur between the 6 to 10 parts per billion range. We had 89 days in 2025. Now, on exceedance days, as I mentioned before, our range is typically around 19.6, putting us in this red bar category that only has 18 days of the year that have this sort of range. So it just kind of gives you an idea that these ranges are rare and that they don't happen often. Here is 2024. We see very similar results. Most of our ranges occur between the 6 to 10 parts per billion, and very few occur between the 16 to 20 parts per billion. Now, this map is from an ozone exceedance day that occurred on June 19th, 2024. We have all of the ozone monitor locations labeled and their respective AQI values and observed 8-hour max concentrations. So on June 19th, we only had one station exceed the NACS, which was Eastlake at 71 parts per billion. So just barely exceeding the standard. All other stations, well, we had some that were in the moderate threshold and some in the good threshold. And you can see if we look at the range here, I'm thinking it's more than 30. It's probably about 34. We have Eastlake at 71 observed value and North High School observed at 37 parts per billion. So that's quite the range of values right there. So hard to predict an exceedance when only one station is exceeding the standard. Here we can see a similar result. Eastlake and District 6 sites are exceeding the standard, just barely over the limit. We have other sites in the moderate threshold and Sheffield and Berea in the good threshold. Again, we see about a 30% or 30 parts per billion range here. Or sorry, 20. This one is from June 21st to 2024. We have Lake Rockwell and North High School exceeding the standard at 72 and 73 respectively. And then again, just a couple sites that exceed the standard while the other area has pretty good air quality. We see a similar pattern in 2025. On June 12th, we had 3 monitors exceed the standard. And then we can see that the range here is also, this one looks to be about, 31 here. It's quite the large range on this exceedance day as well. Most of these sites are in green, only a few sites have poor air quality on this day. And then we also see a similar result here for July 23rd, 2025. So now we'll jump into NOACA and NOAA's 2025 forecast performance for PM 2.5. So for the good to moderate threshold, NOACA had a 78% accuracy. And NOAA had their 12Z model had a 75 to 76% accuracy. And threshold for the 35 micrograms per cubic meter, NOACA had a 99% accuracy, while NOAA also had a 99% accuracy. So here we did have 2 exceedance days for fine particulate matter in 2025. Neither NOAA nor NOACA predicted these exceedance days. They barely just went over the limit of 35 micrograms per cubic meter. They had both had 37 micrograms per cubic meter. And on June 7th, only 1 station exceeded, where on August 4th, 3 stations exceeded. So this graph here kind of represents the accuracy of NOAA's PM 2.5 monitor performance. Here we have the difference between the observed and forecasted values, and then we took the absolute value sign of that to get rid of any negative values. So the light blue bars represent NOAA's standard model, and the dark blue bars represent their bias-corrected model. Overall, we can see that the bias-corrected model outperforms the standard model. The smaller the difference is, the more accurate their models were. So the smaller the blue bars are, the more accurate that model was. And we can see that the bias-corrected model is generally more accurate than the standard model. Now this is the same graph, but for 2025, we can see a similar pattern here. The bias-corrected model is more accurate than the standard model. However, if we go back to 2024, we can see that the differences are larger in 2025, meaning that the model did not perform as well this year than it did last year. So this graph is very similar to the last graph, except we did not take the absolute value sign of the difference between the observation and forecast values. So this kind of gives us an idea if their forecast values are higher or lower than what was actually observed. So these negative values at the bottom here indicate that the forecast values were generally higher than the observed values, except for the GT Craig site, where both the standard and bias-corrected model had forecast values that were lower than what was observed. So, and then here we have the mean raw value difference. Oh, and then this isn't for 2025, excuse me. Last one was 2024. This one's 2025. Sorry about that. So here we can see that we have larger differences again. We're still seeing that the forecast values are generally higher than the observed values, but the differences are much larger. We have some of them reaching -3.5, where these ones were all below -3. So again, their model did not perform as well in 2025 than it did in 2024. Here we have our PM 2.5 monitor performance by month. We can see that this is from 2024. We can see that in the start of the year, their model performed fairly well, accurate, and then getting towards the warmer months, the model became less accurate, maybe due to warmer weather, but that's something we have let NOAA know. This year, we didn't see such a similar pattern. We saw more of a range of their performance for 2025. We can still see that overall, the monthly values are higher than what was observed, the forecast values. And we can see that September was kind of an abnormal month with the difference between observation and forecast values above -5. So in conclusion, NOAA models did not forecast ozone concentrations around the exceedance threshold as well in 2025 season than it did in 2024. We did have fewer exceedance events, but one widespread event completely missed by the 12Z bias-corrected model. We also had zero accuracy of exceedance prediction at individual stations. So we gotta, improve that one. And then NOAA's PM 2.5 bias-corrected model produced more accurate forecasts than the standard model, but both models were worse in 2025 versus 2024, as mentioned. And then NOAA's PM 2.5 model forecast concentrations were generally higher than the observed concentrations, as we saw in the differences between observation and forecast values graph. And on a monthly basis, the PM 2.5 bias is stronger for the standard model than the bias-corrected model, especially in May and September, as we saw. And then we did have some partners on this project. We had Young-Sun Jung from NOAA and Jason Anderson, who helped us schedule our travel arrangements and helped us submit our presentation. And then we also have Kyle Spangle from the environmental consultant within the Division of Air Pollution Control. He kind of provides us backup ozone data. If we ever miss a day, he can help us collect that from the website using DeGrib. So he's always very helpful with us. And then the next steps is to track forecast performance of NOACA and NOAA for ozone and fine particulate matter, update the air quality subcommittee in March, and collaborate with NOAA personnel to report model performance in Northeast Ohio. Thank
Thank you. Are there any questions or discussions? Tim?
How much does relative humidity play into forecasting ozone exceedances?
That's a great question. I do believe the daily forecasts are going to become my responsibilities, but currently they are not. So I can gather that information for you at the next subcommittee meeting to let you know.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Also, do you anticipate next year, because our forecast accuracy is declining, next year will be worse, or is this as bad as it gets?
Well, for PM 2.5, those are the graphs we saw where the models were performing worse this year. And for ozone, PM 2.5, we've only been tracking and providing data to NOAA for the past 2 years. So this is only the second year we're providing data with them. So we'll have to see how that trend continues. And for ozone, again, I do believe it should go down. I think this is kind of an anomaly year where we have higher differences between observed and forecasted values.
And isn't it safe to say because of the mild ozone year we had, it makes it more difficult to forecast? Because when we did have some exceedances when we had it, it was 1 or 2 sites and just barely exceeding. So those are easy ones to miss. When you know you're going to go over, you're going to hit 85 ppb. Those are easy to forecast. Those are and every monitor is going to exceed. Those are easy days. So it's actually a good thing that, you know, in a way, even though that they did not perform as well, we did have a mild year for ozone.
Thank you.
Given the variance of the individual stations, is that something that you're going to talk to NOAA about of how, I mean, you said 30, 40 points between individual stations.
It is hard, as we saw, the ranges kind of make it hard to predict which station will exceed at this time, since there is such a wide variation. But yes, we will bring this up to NOAA and at the workshop.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Follow-up?
Just one more. Can you bring back a slide? Ozone, October 4th, you listed different dates.
The exceedance day?
Yes, it was October 4th.
Yes, I did not include that one, as I mentioned. Yeah,
Okay, right, but you did mention.
yeah. mentioned,
Okay,
yes.
being that it was, just to go to your point, Tim, about weather, that was 86 degrees, 1 to 6 mile per hour winds, partly sun, 38% humidity, 30.19 bar. So there could be a weather. That was a late in the year type of ozone thing to me. It seems like this is late.
Yeah.
I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, no one saw that one coming, and actually, we got off easy. Southwest Ohio, I think they exceeded almost every day that week, and it really they were looking to have a very mild year like we did, but that week completely blew up their ozone season. And do you remember the exact some of the meteorological things that were happening that week? I don't recall.
Are we talking about the October week or
Yeah,
the
October.
Well, the one thing for Cleveland that our modelers looked at was the Guardians playoff day.
Yes.
And that was the afternoon game, which all the Detroit folks drove into. And, you know, that's not an exceptional exceedance. You know, we can't make that go away unless
We don't make the playoffs.
we don't make the playoffs and have an afternoon game. So that was the first.
The Browns are working on that one.
That was the first October exceedance ever. So,
Yes.
and
We had another question.
Yes, could you put the slide up where it shows all the locations of the air quality monitors in the counties?
Yes. Okay, yes.
Right.
These were for exceedance
there.
days? Yes.
I just want to explain to everybody that in Notre Dame Cathedral Latin School, the bus garage, the monitor is right above the bus garage, and the diesel fumes are right underneath it. And if that monitor was moved 100 yards east, our numbers would come down at least a third. And over the years, over the last 40 or 50 years, state reps and state senators have tried to eliminate that monitor in Geauga County or move it east or away from that bus garage. So it's kind of not accurate. So, thank you.
Commissioner Dvorak, yes, I know that item has been brought forth many times, and the reason we have been given by Ohio EPA as why they're not able to move it is the loss of, year-to-year information, and that there would be difficulty then making comparisons. But we've got our Ohio EPA representation here. We can certainly ask again.
Is that, would that ever be included in future reports that this NOACA sends to EPA each and every year to make sure it's identified in the report so that they know these numbers could be skewed because of that?
We could do that.
Okay.
We have not been doing that annually. We have spoken with with Ohio EPA a number of times, as Commissioner Dvorak has noted. So have elected representatives from Geauga County.
Just to clarify, bus garage does not emit ozone. Ozone's created in the atmosphere over a long period of time. So that would not impact an ozone monitor. But yes, the NOx, yes, downwind, but it's not this is a regional pollutants.
Any other discussion?
Yes, one more.
One more thing, sorry. The Notre Dame site is also no longer a non-attainment. It used to be, so our ozone issue has changed over the years. Mayfield and Notre Dame used to be our problem sites. And then over the past about 8 years, it's moved to District and Eastlake and Paynesville being our problem sites. But yeah, Notre Dame is no longer a problem site.
Thank you.
Okay,
Any other?
so with that too, with Geauga County, Lorraine County has Sheffield. Location of that site is Gulf Road or East River Road and 254 Detroit End. And with that site, the Lorraine Steel Mill was probably, I would say 2.5 miles of crow flies. Construction companies within a mile down the road, Kakassing. There is a concrete company within a mile of that location. So everything's coming that way. So you're going to get readings of various different types of things occurring, I'm sure, having that located there.
Thank you.
Well, and that's why a lot of those monitors were put there, was because of all that industry up there, and a lot of those have been removed for the particulate side. But the Sheffield for the ozone, that's why they're put in those areas, is because of the, bus garage is a little different because it's right there on site, but you have all that industry, they're trying to capture all that.
And understanding that's a good thing to capture. We've pretty much eliminated the steel mill for a time. So there is suggestions that may come back as far as a hot mill goes. That's what we're hoping for. So we may see an increase in numbers if that does occur. But for now, we seem like we're in pretty good shape. Costs us a couple thousand jobs out there, not keeping that steel mill alive, but that's where we're at with the green.
Thank you. Any other? Thank you, Kirk.
Thanks.
And our last presentation for the day will be Ashley Dennis on the future of commuter choice programming.
Hi again, everyone. Thank you so much. Again, I will speak on behalf of the Commuter Choice Program. We don't have any action requests at this time, but this is for information, and I'm really hoping to spark a discussion surrounding our Commuter Choice Program. There's no previous action. So in 2011, NOACA updated the OWP to add a commuter challenge in their agency outreach. And then in 2014, we have the introduction of the newly named Commuter Choice Awards. And then in 2017, an introduction of the Ohio Commute Platform, which also introduced our Commuter Challenge. So this is a chart with the number of organizations participating in the Commuter Choice Awards by year. We started strong. The data goes back as far as 2016 with 30 organizations, grew to 38 in 2019, and slowly declined to just 5 organizations participating in 2025. I do want to remind you that NOACA did extensive outreach for our 2025 Commuter Choice Awards as far back as October of 2024. Surveys were sent to previous participating organizations. Emails and phone calls were made. We received 24 completed surveys from 23 organizations. And aside from that personal outreach, Public Affairs hosted a lunch and learn in November of 2024 to highlight and discuss commuter benefits and how organizations could take action in multimodal transportation. So I do want to talk about now the proposed framework for the future of the Commuter Choice Program. There are 3 different ideas that we've come up with. So revitalizing the program by removing access to barriers and providing incentives. Revitalizing the current program would address how NOACA can engage organizations who cannot put in a lot of effort and promoting CCA, as well as incentivizing those who participate. If we redesign the program with a tiered award system, organizations are not competing against each other, but rather focusing on personal progress. With scaled expectations, small business goals will look different than large business goals, and rural versus urban areas. This can have a storytelling aspect to it, and organizations can apply every few years for a recertification. A third option could be to sunset the CCA and bring our focus back to TDM as a functioning and developing program for organizations. TDM being Transportation Demand Management. This includes offering planning and guidance on internal policies, tailoring policy changes to fit their needs, and education of current resources at their disposal. For this option, it is the most personal approach. So if we take a quick look at the breakdown of pros and cons, you can see that revitalizing the program is more of a low-cost, low-effort lift for us, but we are currently having trouble with employer buy-in and program limitations. Now, we can redesign the program to a tiered system, which is more inclusive and innovative, but again, we don't know if this will be enough to gain interest of employers, plus it will increase the cost of the program and time for NOACA. If we sunset the program and focus on TDM consulting, it will be a relatively low cost and effort for us. It offers flexibility and customization, but we do lose the CCA, which we have worked to sustain since 2014. And if there are any other ideas for a commuter program outside of managing the rideshare platform, we would love to hear it. And for financial impacts, different outcomes for the Commuter Choice Program can yield different financial impacts for NOACA. We will review feedback from the Air Quality Subcommittee to determine the future of the Commuter Choice Program. Thank you.
So she's asked for a discussion. Do we have any discussion or any comments on which of those 3 options we believe would benefit NOACA and the region from an
Could-
air quality perspective?
Yes, Mary Beth, can you put that last slide up? Okay, very good. That way we can all look at what the options are here.
And I just want to say that just because I have ideas for revitalizing, redesigning, or sunsetting the program, this is not set in stone. These are just ideas, and we are very welcome for feedback if you have any.
Okay, here's first feedback. Being that the graph that you showed with declining numbers and participation, to me, the redesign option is not one that I think we need to pursue. Low cost, low effort, those things maybe, just to see if you can get a spark going again. But that's where I am. It's, can lead these horses to water. You can't make them drink. And if you're gonna put a lot of time and effort into it, they may still not drink from it. So, the redesign to me is not an option moving forward.
Anybody else? I don't think revitalize would do anything either. My thought is, I like the TDM approach with like a redesign, like a combination of both. Use the TDM because that's what people are looking at. Our region is very diverse as rural versus urban. And we're also doing a lot of trails. So I think we could probably build that into some sort of TDM. You know, we built this trail here in Lake County. We're doing one in Painesville. That's what I would suggest, a redesign with a TDM of focus, very tailored to those communities. Anybody else? So we have, I have no votes for revitalize. We have, John, were you into sunsetting? Or you don't like redesign?
Yeah, certainly don't like redesign. Revitalize. Where's the energy going to come from? How is that going to work with, getting out? I think you're going to have a lot more effort under revitalize. Sunsetting, to me, the numbers kind of show that's where we're moving. And you can, say, hey, this is our last year of this, and then start considering other options of engaging the community to access other modes of transportation. So,
I do think there is growth. I know from RTA's statistics that people are riding and biking and walking to RTA a lot more than they ever did. So there is a first last mile contingent that's growing, at least in our county. But I don't know what it is within the region. So, the numbers and then along with what's happening on the van pool and the commuter choice, those are going down too. I would hate for NOACA to be totally out of the business, though.
And I have a question before I give my thoughts. When you had the feedback from the surveys, was it that the companies didn't have the personnel to administer the programs? Was that a big issue?
That was actually an issue that some of the organizations did have, not enough personnel. Another one that I remember was because they don't participate themselves in sustainable transportation, different multimodal transportation, because they were such a small business or organization. So they felt that there was no reason to participate in the program. And we definitely don't want people to feel left out if they're participating in our awards.
Yeah, I kind of figured that was the case. A lot of companies, a lot of just doing people or organizations doing more with less people. And, this would be something easy to cut, to free up some time or personnel. So, I don't see, unless you provide funding for them to run the program, I don't see it rebounding anytime soon. Is my opinion.
Having observed this program from its inception to now, what I think has impacted the trajectory downward is that many of the companies that have participated have essentially not won, and they don't win because how they're located isn't really conducive to the challenges, and because the challenges are part of the award criteria that has impacted it. And for a while there, it seemed like it was the same organizations winning. And so it does sort of question the entire structure of the program. What is it that we're trying to incentivize? And what are we actually incentivizing? And are we incentivizing, or are we just sort of, because our focus is pretty narrow, are we just acknowledging or recognizing a small number of companies that can actually meet that criteria?
So Ashley, do you have some things to go by? Did we provide you the comments and commentary you might to
You
go
did.
forward? Okay,
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your input on this as well.
thank you. If there's nothing else on this,
I do have one question on that. I appreciate the feedback, but I would like to discuss sunsetting just a little bit. Because that has been something we've talked about here at the staff level. And just wanting to make sure that if we choose sunsetting, that we are not hitting some third rail. And that's really what the discussion, I think, would help us.
Just to clarify, the sunsetting then would allow those dollars to be used for more specific, focused, targeted outreach.
or would
Yes,
it go
that was an
away?
idea.
I
Well,
like that idea, that it, like Mary Beth was saying, is really target it to, you know, if that goes away, then really target it to specific communities and see how, because the same message is not going to be received as in Summit County and Cuyahoga. They're going to want different things. So I think by targeting the message to the communities more, I think would be better.
So it's almost like a redesign with the, not going away, but like a targeting it. So the message is to those communities themselves.
I think it would be the Community Choice Awards going away.
correct.
Right.
And then that,
Right.
just vacating that idea, and then just using whatever funding that was and just target local communities.
First, last mile, or for biking events or whatever.
Yeah, and that could also move that money towards external affairs and to that type of
Right, that's what,
messaging.
yeah, the broader messaging that can apply region-wide. And certainly some of those messages would be targeted to different communities within that region, or within our region. But yeah, the awards themselves then no longer existing.
And just think about, as part of your trails when you do a trail, when NOACA funds it, it's done, we've cut the ribbon, and then you have this technical expertise that goes out to help with the businesses and the communities along that, say, hey, this is here, can you think about taking this trail to work? Because there are companies and areas around that. I like that idea. So I think you have votes for sunset with some sort of keep the intent of the program, but sunset it.
Thank you.
Any other comments or discussion? Hearing none, do we have any other reports or updates? I don't think so. Is there any old business? None that I hear of. Any new business? Can I have a motion to adjourn? A second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The meeting is adjourned, and just reminding you, the next meeting will be Friday, March 20th, here in NOACA at 9:00 a.m. And have a Merry Christmas and Happy Holiday Season.
And we'll start out with the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Members will raise their hand to move, second, or speak to a motion. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If a member feels the need to abstain from the vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which the conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If a member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. Microphones can be turned on and off using the button on top of them. Item number 2 on the agenda, meeting minutes from September 19th. Any corrections or additions? Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Item 3, the Advisory Council, ODOT updates, Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Council, Chair Kiara Williams.
We have no additional updates.
Thank you. Safety and Operations Council, Mr. Kuzner. Transit Council, Chair Shannon Ryan. Okay. And ODOT update, Matt Walker.
No updates, been pretty quiet.
Thank you. Public comments, do we have anyone signed in to speak today? Okay, no comments for public comments today. Item number 5, Chair Executive Director's Report. Grace, you have a report?
No report, but just wanting to reflect on the year, and as we get close to the end of the year, just to thank you all for participating on the Transportation Subcommittee. The work of NOACA cannot be done without your participation. The work that you do is very important, and we are thankful, grateful that you are with us. So have a wonderful rest of the year, holidays, and we'll see you next year.
Thanks, Grace. Action items number 6, second quarter state fiscal year 2026 project planning review, public infrastructure improvements for Brook Park, Cuyahoga State Route 291-2.90. Presenter Ed May and Ali Makarachi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the subcommittee. I am going to be covering, oops, there we go. Item 6A, project planning review for the second quarter of state fiscal year 2026. The action being requested, staff is seeking the Transportation Subcommittee's recommendation as to the most appropriate action regarding the public infrastructure improvements in the city of Brook Park. Previous action, this item was presented to the advisory councils. It was presented to the Business Community, Rural, and Emerging Leaders Advisory Councils for information and input just a couple of weeks ago. It has also been previously presented to this Transportation Subcommittee and to the Planning and Programming Committee. The next few slides are just a recap of our process the proposed project, and then the actions that have, some of the actions that have occurred over the last few months. I will then turn it over to city representatives and their consultant, followed by Dr. Makarachi's analysis. So the purpose of NOACA's project planning review is to assess whether a proposed project helps to achieve NOACA's vision and goals, and to make sure the project is consistent with NOACA planning requirements and also other oversight agency requirements with respect to its eligibility and requirements placed on it by Federal Highway Administration, Federal Transit Administration, and the Ohio Department of Transportation. This project is being processed in accordance with our project review process. The project has been and continues to be reviewed by staff. It is being presented to the advisory council, subcommittees, and committees. It's been circulated for intergovernmental review and consultation and is posted on our website for public review and comment. This slide here is just an illustration that's also contained in your materials on page 21. It's depicting the conceptual plan and schematic layout of the Brook Park public infrastructure improvements with all 7 buildable units represented here. Note, I just wanted to let you know that the illustration is a little more than 3 months old. The city has indicated that there have been some revisions and updates as things have occurred. So these proposed improvements they're broken down into buildable units. Again, the project summary, comments that we received to date, and the illustrations are included in your materials beginning on page 11, going through page 33. I'm just going to go over this real quick here. So this slide lists buildable units number 1 and number 2. Buildable unit number 1 is the I-71 northbound exit ramp improvements. This will involve an additional left turn lane to Snow Road I-71 northbound exit ramp and also modifications to the northbound Cloverleaf entrance. And then buildable unit number 2 will involve improvements to the I-71 southbound exit ramps to Snow Road going westbound and to Engle Road going southbound. Also, it will include the addition of an I-71 southbound exit ramp flyover bridge to Ring Road. This next slide lists two more of the buildable units. This is buildable unit number 3. That's the Snow Road Ring Road connector, providing access for Snow Road traffic to Engle Road, modifying the bridge on Snow Road, including improvements to Snow Road from State Route 237, and also relocating 5 Points Road. And then buildable unit number 4 involves realigning State Route 291 or Engle Road, widening and realigning about 1,300 feet of Engle Road. And then this last slide here is the last 3 buildable units. That's buildable unit number 5, the Ring Road improvements. This involves about 5,300 feet of roadway improvements, creating a ring around the site, and also widening Ring Road from 6 to 7 lanes going south from Hummel Road. And then you have the buildable unit number 6, which is a pedestrian facility and bridge. The pedestrian facility is to provide safe access for pedestrians utilizing the off-site parking. And then you have the buildable unit number 7, which is a GCRTA transit station. This is a potential new GCRTA transit station that is in planning, and it's our understanding that a conceptual design is complete. So those are the 7 buildable units. I'm just going to note that, as I stated earlier, this has been presented for information and comment to the advisory councils. It was presented to this subcommittee for action and recommended to the planning committee. However, it was subject to including the results of the traffic analysis. So then it was presented to our planning and programming committee, and it was recommended that the project be recommitted to the transportation subcommittee, subject to review of the severity of congestion during major events and possible resolutions, including impact to surrounding communities, also related to access to airport and Southwest General Hospital during events, and finally, regional impact and collaboration. So now I will then turn this over to the City of Brook Park to share information that will be contained on the next several slides.
think it did too. You'd be my right hand. They're not. That's okay. Okay. That's what I thought. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for allowing us to present this morning. I'm Mayor Edward Orcutt from the city of Brook Park, 6161 Angle Road. Today's focus will be on our traffic studies, our pedestrian safety access, and our regional coordination, and most importantly, too, with our off-site parking. At this time, I will be coming back up here, but at this time, I'd like to introduce Dennis Albrecht from the Osborne team.
Good morning. Thank you for having us back. Today we'll provide you some updates, as the mayor said, and start with some traffic studies. All of these studies have been submitted to ODOT and NOACA. They're currently under review, and all the comments that we have coming back from both parties are very positive. Some very minor tweaks, but in general, we're finding that there's very minimal congestion caused by the project. We'll be resubmitting certified traffic and the interchange modification study to ODOT very soon, as well as the traffic feasibility study will also be submitted to ODOT and NOACA at the end of this month. As we look into pedestrian safety and access, we know this was a key topic that we heard a lot of comments from the committees on, and so we wanted to show everyone all the efforts that we're making to improve that pedestrian access and to assure safe access for all pedestrians. So on an event day, the primary goal here is that we're going to have dedicated ADA compliant pedestrian routes with minimal vehicle interruptions or interactions. On non-event, people will have use of standard sidewalks crossing at pedestrian signalized intersections. This is an overview slide. And it looks like it got a little messed up in transition, but I think you get the idea. There's three primary access points for pedestrians to the development site. The first one's at the north, and that is to handle all of the pedestrian traffic coming south on Engle Road, on the west side of Engle Road, that is, from points such as RTA Transit Station up at Brook Park Road, and any other parking that might occur on Brook Park to the west of Engle. So those pedestrians would walk south on the sidewalks that exist and will be improved all along Engle Road all the way down to the site. Then there's another access point at the east side, and I'll zoom in on that, as well as the south side access. This slide, I forgot to say that. All the black dots on this slide refer to the different pedestrian routes. And if you look at this next slide, this gives you a description of each of those pedestrian routes. As we focus on the east side pedestrian access, Hummel Road will be closed to vehicular traffic on event days, and therefore we can open that up for wide pedestrian access without any vehicle interaction. They would walk west along Hummel Road till they get to Engle, and at that point there's a pedestrian bridge that crosses over Engle Road, so pedestrians don't have to interact with vehicles at all. This is a snapshot of one of the plan sheets that we just submitted last week. Stage 1 plans are submitted for the entire project, and this shows on the east side of, if you could see where the cursor is, I don't know if you see it. On the east side, it's kind of a stacked square spiral that lifts people up at ADA approved grades. They cross over the pedestrian bridge across Engle Road, and then on the development site, it comes down at one continuous ADA accessible ramp. As we look to the south side, we're working on right now developing brand new pedestrian access routes. Those yellow lines are the new routes we're working to develop. But what we are planning to do is provide access for everyone coming across Snow Road from east of 71. Anytime that they cross these ramps, there's going to be a law enforcement officer located there, and it will also be signalized. So traffic will be stopped when those pedestrians are crossing the ramps. And then a dedicated sidewalk along here between the infrastructure units, and there will be new sidewalk added to the east side of Engle Road with that reconstruction. A really big improvement that we're just looking at right now is adding a dedicated pathway from all points south of Snow Road, passing under the existing Snow Road Bridge, and then passing a tunnel underneath the proposed connector roadway to enter at a point on the south side of the development plaza. This would allow all people from Snow and any points south of Snow to enter at the south point of the development site. Regional collaboration has been a major effort we've been working on. We meet bi-weekly with Cleveland Hopkins International Airport staff and their consultants, as well as City of Cleveland staff are also in those meetings each week. And the mayor has a lot of meetings going on with surrounding communities. Do you want to talk about those?
Absolutely. Thank you, Dennis. The majority of the mayors in Cuyahoga County have met with myself and the Cleveland Browns to discuss this project, get feedback, concerns, answer questions, what have you. Most importantly, we've been working very closely with the city of Middleburg Heights and the city of Cleveland. City of Middleburg Heights, we have some concern at the Bagley Angle Road intersections and Interstate 71 in Bagley. We have included their Public Works Director and their mayor directly in our bi-weekly meetings with NOACA and ODOT. So we've been having great discussions there and learning more and more about exactly what the traffic study has in that area, which will be presented a little bit later today. The NOACA staff, I just want to say, has been nothing but great. We've had great collaboration with them, meeting every other week, as Dennis had stated, and the same with ODOT District 12. We've been able to meet with their team regularly. They've been able to give us feedback, and I'll just say that we couldn't be doing this alone without the rest of the group. So with that, we also have been working with RTA. RTA is obviously has an ancillary project that they're working on alone, aside from everything else that we are doing. Not so much a necessary project to what we're exactly doing here, because we do have the RTA station on Brook Park Road, but obviously with what they're looking at will obviously to increase the fan experience getting into the stadium. So just wanted to make sure that we understood that everybody is working together as a team on this, and we certainly do appreciate all the hard work from everyone. Off-site parking. Off-site parking has started with identifying exactly how many spots do we have within 1 mile of the stadium. And we have over 12,000 parking spots that are outside the curb from the proposed dome stadium. We're batting 1,000 when it comes to our team meeting with the different businesses along Brook Park Road and Snow Road. We've had a lot of great feedback. There is 100% all in from I think we're in the double digits now for businesses that we've had meetings with. We have other meetings still scheduled to meet with other businesses. But what we're doing is we're working with these business owners that have parking lots, for example, a machine shop that may not have any business going on after 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock during the weekday and nothing during the weekend, that they would be able to do entertainment parking. So what we're doing is we're working with them on how that would work. You know, restrooms would have to be provided. We want to make sure the refuse was taken care of as well. And then applying a licensing fee with that. Where that licensing fee and revenues could work with the city of Brook Park is on public transportation. We are currently working with a few different bus companies to be able to discuss on game day having a route dedicated on Snow Road and probably multiple routes on Brook Park Road. One east of Angle Road on Brook Park Road and one west of Angle Road, where there would be continuous loops of public transportation that we would offer as a community to the fans that would be in off-site parking lots. With that said, I'm going to turn this back over to Dennis from Osborne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The one thing I think I might have forgotten to mention was in all of our discussions with the GCRTA, we have assured them that we will improve all the sidewalks to bring their passengers all the way from the Brook Park Station, all the way down Angle Road to the north entry point to the development site there. So they'll have safe walking ways there. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions, or if you want to wait until after Dr. Ali is done with the NOACA presentation, we could take them at that time.
Are there any questions? Go ahead, Dr. Makaraji.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dennis, and thank you, Ed. After all this, we worked about last 6 months on this project. It's not just me. Modeling team work for NOACA's modeling team, because we have got a tool to simulate any development, any impact of those developments. So we can do this kind of projects in-house. So we worked on this last 6 months, and last probably 3 months, we work every other week, as Dennis mentioned, with two traffic engineering and the Osborne consulting team from the Brook Park and the city of Brook Park for information. And this was a teamwork. It's not just what I'm presenting. Probably they asked me to ask, but it's a teamwork. It's not just me. Before that, a recap and history about maybe is not relevant, but is good to know. First, we started comparing the downtown location with the Brook Park location and comparing, see in terms of the traffic, if we compare how much in terms of the region delays or anything happens if you compare these two. So what scenarios we looked at when there's no, first of all, we are talking about 2030. This is a scenario we have got in our model. And then we have got no event, then current downtown location and the Brook Park location comparing. As you see on the right-hand side, there's a patch of red and yellow color. That's the impact area, influence area for any development we identify based on the vehicle mile traveled. And we look at this for all these two locations, compare them. And the level of the analysis was the influence area, Cayuga County, because both locations are in the Cayuga County, and the 5-county region, which is NOACA region. Now, we compare them. One thing we did, one of the measures we used in terms of traffic engineering is a delay. When I talk about delay in the next probably 20 slides, we are talking about one example I can give you. If is a posted speed, for example, on a freeway is a 60 miles, and you're supposed to travel 1 mile, is going to take you 1 minute. But if you go through this 1 mile, 1.5 minutes, you have got 30 seconds delay. So we are working based on that for all the traffic, for all this through the analysis. There are other speed and other things, but delay is the most important in terms of the congestion. So we compare this with the downtown, and we as you see from the pictures, and it doesn't much difference in terms of the downtown, even some afternoons is better. One more comment on this. You see on the, in terms of the modeling period, we have got 5 model. Our model divides the 24 hours, a typical day, to 5 periods. Before early morning, peak period, peak AM, then midday, which is before 3 p.m. as stated here, then 3 to 7 in the peak afternoon, and after 7. So we compare this, and we didn't see much difference in terms of it's two different, by the way, two different land use there. One is the downtown, which is a center for the old jobs, and the Brook Park is got surrounded by the highway. Anyway, while we are working this, the decision made, so we moved to the Brook Park and focus on the Brook Park area and see what impact in terms of the traffic you have got. The same thing now, we have got 3 scenarios. 2030 base means nothing happens, just as a benchmark to compare any other scenarios with 2030. And one is a no build. When I say no build 2030 means the 7 units was introduced by my colleague, those 7 units, if we don't do anything and just we go to 2030 and build a stadium, what happens? Then 2030 built, which is a 7 units. So we compare these 3 scenarios on, again, 3 areas: influence area, Cuyahoga County, and 5-county region. As Mayor mentioned, we have got information from City of Brook Park about the parking sizes and how much, 12,000 is by stadium side, the rest are outside. The information several times, several meetings we had, and this is generally what we use as because we need to, when we simulate the trips, we need to have the origin and destination. The destination comes to this parking lot, not all of them is gonna go to a stadium. There are gonna be some in the outside the stadium area. Then we measure the walking distance, not crew flies or anything like that. Going through our model, we can measure the distance through the streets and roads. So these are what you see in terms of the color. As the color is darker, is about a mile or 1.1, and the rest goes to whiter, is much closer to the stadium and much less walk there. So the other assumption was we are talking about weekday event, not weekend, because weekend has got less traffic in terms of the non-event traffic. So we want to look at the worst case. Weekday, when people go home and they leave the work and the freeways are already congested, some of them. So then we look at the same time, we look at the game. The game happens, an event happens there. That's the worst case. So based on our assumption and talking again with our team and the consulting team from the Brook Park, we decided on about 15% of the people come before 3 p.m. to the game. The 3 to 7, about 85%, the rest, they travel to see the game and to the stadium between 3 to 7. Obviously, all of them after 7, they leave the game. That's a crucial time when everybody leaves there. Now you see some of the vehicle numbers there we calculated based on the average car occupancy, which is about 2.9. So we are talking about 65,000 coming to the stadium on the game day and leaving it with 22,312 cars. The rest is going to be transit, minor, and then walking or any other Uber or any other, but these are the ones we assume. So we look at as I mentioned, we need the origin and destination. Origins of the trips, we went back and the suggestion was from the Browns was to look at the seasonal tickets, and those are the ones you see here. We plotted on the area, and as you see on the right-hand side, there's a table. 65% comes from the 7 counties of our region, 10% from Youngstown area, and you can see there outside, which goes up to Columbus, about 5%. These are the ones, the seasonal tickets indicated as a best survey to see what people, where they come from. The reason why we are looking at this, because we want to see the direction they come to the stadium, which highway they use to reach the stadium. So we have to know this in terms of the simulating the traffic. So what we looked at is, as I mentioned, the delay for the total of the auto and truck delay in the game day. And then we look at the ratio of the delay to capacity of the road, how much each road segment can process. Is not a storage capacity. Don't get confused. It's how much they can process each road when the people come there. Then we look at the weighted average travel time of the auto trips to entering airport, because airport is one of the questions is it close by and is a regionally important location, and we have to look at that. Then exiting the trips exiting the airport, and the same thing with the Southwest General in the south of the stadium. So these are the ones regionally we look at it, and the mayor they told us to look at this impact. So first we look at the build. When I say again, build means not only 7 units, but we talked to the traffic operations team of the consulting and the DRG. They told us, what the operation, they where they're gonna put the police after the, when the games starts and after the game, the police is gonna control intersection. We put all this in the simulation, and so we had extensive information from them to simulate and be in the same coordinated fashion. So we look at that. So as a 2030, no event is the benchmark. We are comparing with that. So the first thing is 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. The left-hand side is a no, basically is a base, no event. That's our benchmark looking at and comparing with the 2030, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. when this 7-unit buildable unit is built, and when all these operations the consulting team gave us, we put them and simulate them, and you can see the difference. I will go to, but there, if you look at these slides, there are two interchanges here important. One is a Snow, the other one is a Bagley. These two important interchanges we have to look at more closely. So first, Snow Road interchange, which is near the trips going to airport, going to a stadium, comes from here. And you can see on the in the afternoon, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. is not much congestion, about 1 or 2 locations. And the red is over 1, means by volume over capacity is more than 1. When it comes to yellow, we are talking about at capacity, and it's a little bit more traffic is gonna go to red. So as we see here, the right-hand side shows the 3 p.m. to 7 p.m., and that's the congestion happens around the stadium for a buildable units. Bagley interchange, Bagley Road interchange, you see the difference between the left and right base and the event scenario. Again, some of these interchanges on Bagley is touching the capacity already when they, when people travel south. Now we look at the after 7. As I mentioned, after 7 is important because everybody, the 65,000 spectators is gonna leave after the 7 when the game is over. So left-hand side, no surprise, because after 7, usually the traffic is very low. That light color of the traffic means we are is not a nobody's there. It means we are talking about under the capacity, and basically the traffic is much less than any congestion or anything. So, but on the right-hand side, you will see some red patches. Again, if you look at for example, a Snow Road after 7, you can see the direction of the congestion is people are leaving, and the southbound I-71 going to I-71 southbound, that ramp is congested and is a 1.2 is a ratio of the volume to capacity. So these are then we go to Bagley, the same thing is happening. Some people leave the stadium to come down and use the Bagley Road, and that's again, compared with the base, is more congested at capacity, the ramps. Now we look at in terms of looking at what happens if the impact of these, the buildable units proposed by the consultant and by City of Brook Park compared with if we don't build anything. So these are the ones, the second scenario comparison is between the no build and built. As you see, is more congestion on the left-hand side, and the built about units solve some of the issues, maybe not all of them. What you see here, again, we look at the interchange, Snow interchange, and yellow, highlighted yellow links are showing where the buildable units were suggested. For example, on the yellow, on the ramp exiting ramp from the northbound of the I-71 to the Snow Road, still is a 1.2, it used to be 1.5. It reduces because we add lane there, and we make a 3-lane, which 2 left, and improves some traffic, but not totally. We go to next one after 7, similar situation. As you can see, no build is more congested. We need to do something, and the suggestion, the proposed buildable units are improves. Some of the congestion goes away. Again, looking after 7 for a snow road interchange, is you see the yellow on the exit I was talking about now is gone, and the left-hand side, the exit to the south, I-71 southbound is again 1.2. So then we look at another, see the share of the road types. Local is not just a highway, local, the arterial streets and the ramps and highway. Watch what they have got, what share of the congestion they carry. You can see here, almost before the 3 p.m., the arterial is 73% of congestion and 22% to highway, because still people are at work, they are not going home, the work trips are not there. But when you go 3 to 7 p.m., it jumps from 22% the highway congestion to 50%. This is a share of the congestion in the whole influence area. Then we go to the after 7, it reduces, expected, and 70% comes to arterial for the leaving the stadium. And the reason why this is, I mentioned here, non-work trips, returning home, and uncongested freeways on the after 7 p.m. We compare this again with the scenario of the built and no built. As you can see, buildable units and buildable network with all these traffic operations, all this, we added, it reduces the total delay in influence area. Some of them are, a total is about 1,000 hours of the delay, and then it goes down less, and obviously before 3 p.m., we didn't much traffic and much congestion, so it doesn't, it slightly changes, but generally, especially after 7, it reduces, but total, it shows, indicates that there's some reduction. Then look at the Cuyahoga County, is a similar, that one impact is not a regional, is not a, very much regional in terms of the county level. So still the buildable units and the built scenario makes slightly better. Then the region, same thing, we go from there. Then we look at each of these delays and each of these, and we look at the 7 buildable units and see where they are and what the purpose of this, and whether this, in terms of the positive impact, how much. Then we look at the delay and the congestion, safety. As you can see on this table, for example, number 1, the exit I was talking about as an example, it reduces the congestion and helps, is not a very high, is a medium. The next one, southbound exit for access and safety, is a high impact, positive impact is a high positive impact, and then medium for the rest of it. The ring road is a low. I think our suggestion would be to work on this and make it, look at and see the congestion, because it's very close to the stadium. And in terms of all the bridges they are building for the pedestrian, that's high positive impacts. If all the bridges the mayor mentioned is going to be built, is going to be safe for the pedestrian to park and then walk to the stadium. And the transit station is going to be a multimodal system, which is our NOACA is supporting the multimodal system in anywhere in our region. So that helps, and the impact is immediate. The last couple of slides is about the trips going to airport. Now, one thing is this is just to show you that the reason why not much impact on the trips to the airport when there's a game, because of is the same direction. But we said, okay, let's look at not just this is not, doesn't explain adequately. So let's look at the trips going to the airport and going to the stadium same time from 3 to 7 p.m. The black line shows the most people going to airport using those, and the green line shows people coming to a stadium. You can see there's a 71 southbound, 480, and the 480 eastbound and westbound is just the only interaction between these two. And those are in terms of the capacity, can handle extra 20,000. If you divide this by the 4, 5, you're talking about 3,000-4,000 each. It can handle 480, can accommodate those extra ones. So that's why when we go to look at the average, weighted average travel time for the traffic with, traveling to the airport. As you see on the top table, is not much, maybe increases by half a minute or a minute, but the maximum we find out from our list of all the neighborhoods, maybe the maximum is a 2 to 3 minutes, 1 or 2 locations. Apart from that, the weighted average is about 50. We look at the very different, different statistical measures to make sure what we are saying, what's the worst case, what's the happening. So the weighted average was the best one to show. And the exiting is, again, most of them we don't expect from because there's no much traffic when we go. We did the same thing with the hospital and with one of the major attraction points in the area close to the stadium. And as you see, the same thing. And this technique show us the trips coming to the state in a black to the hospital. And the green ones, again, is a stadium. As you can see, mainly is a I-71 southbound. Actually, in one direction before the Bagley, you can see that the people going to the stadium and the hospital trips coming down. So it's not an interaction much on there. So based on that, again, not much impact. And again, we did the same thing, weighted average for the hospital trips compared with the stadium goers, and you can see the difference is not much. And sorry, with a base and nothing much changes. And obviously here and there 1 or 2 minutes delays, but generally is not as nearby interchange as Mayor mentioned. They are looking at the Bagley Road interchange, and they are looking at these to make sure the regional, the neighboring communities are not impacted much by this. Here you go. It's your turn. Oh, thank you. I'll be here for any questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just wrapping this up here. The next steps, NOACA will be holding a public meeting at Brook Park Middle School on January 14th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Again, at the recommendation of the Transportation Subcommittee, the project would be presented again to the Planning and Programming Committee at their January 30th meeting, whereby the staff will present the results and recommendations, potential action by the board at the March meeting, and followed by plan and tip amendment process. So with that, I'd just like to restate that staff is seeking Transportation Subcommittee's recommendation as to the most appropriate action regarding this project for second quarter project planning review. Thank you.
Open the floor for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Slife from City of Cleveland. 3 questions, sort of in no particular order. One, was there consideration for during a post-event traffic exit? It seems to suggest that traffic leaving the site will exclusively go eastbound towards I-71. I'm curious if it was analyzed the degree to which traffic would leave westbound towards 237 and then likely engage with the exit to the airport. And if that was a location, it didn't seem in the one graphic that it was marked as a high congestion area, but I guess there's a scenario in which the assumption is that all traffic would leave and go east, and the follow-up question would be, is that a fair assumption? Would that be controlled to compel that, to direct traffic away from the airport?
Thank you for your question. First of all, all the trips is not eastward, all them going back to same origin. When the model simulates coming, as I showed you, coming from based on the expected the seasonal tickets, we are sending back to their homes. That's one thing. Second thing, if you see just eastbound, probably that's because of high volume there. That's why we didn't show all the details. Some of them, because it gets cluttered on the map, we showed just the trips going to the probably high volume, 7,000 something going to that's why it shows the east more heavily. Doesn't mean that they don't use 237 or 480 westbound or anything. They are using, but the volume is low. we didn't show it on this slide. But if you are interested, I can give you the details of all the volumes for all the link and all the exiting roads, and based on the time of the day, we have simulated.
Thank you. And I appreciate that all traffic studies are sort of based on assumptions. I can tell you, if I lived in North Olmsted, instead of going east and getting on 71 to 480, I'd go west and either go to Brook Park Road or I'd slip around the back of the airport. So I appreciate that it's the same origin and destination, but there are any multitudes of ways. And my assumption is that we assume everybody is going to take the route that's sort of assigned to them. And I want to make sure that we're accommodating kind of variations along the route.
Well, usually when I explain this, my colleagues tells me not to be too technical on the public meetings, but the model, when they assign the roads, is based on the optimization of the travel time. So I don't say turn left or percentage. The model looks at the travel time from we have got over 6,000 zones, is one of the models which I think in this country is one of the very detailed model we have created. So we are talking about up to 9,000 zones, neighborhoods. You can imagine for this county, for this area, we have got so much details on this. And when we simulate, ask the computer to go through this, the model goes through all the 9,000 and basically find the shortest path from each origin to each destination. Again, I don't want to be, technical, and I don't want to be, because my supervisors usually says, don't talk to these technical people, don't like it, and you're trying to show off. I'm not trying to show off, but if you want, I can explain it separate. I can, show how the model is assigning the roads, assigning trips to roads to go to destinations.
Okay. And apologize if I'm a little muffled. I'm realizing I'm not having a thing here. Kind of in a similar vein, the slide that showed the interaction between traffic going to the stadium and the airport that said that 480 is able to handle, yes, that one. I want to just be clear that 480, a portion of that is not 480, it's State Route 17, which is a surface road, and traffic from eastbound 480 would be exiting Brook Park Road on a short ramp, and I would be worried backing up into the traffic lane. And the question is that intersection and Brook Park Road also able to handle the traffic, or is that being treated in this graphic as if it were interstate traffic and not auxiliary road traffic?
I can give you again a little bit of numbers. They're usually the freeway lanes can handle up to 2,000 per hour. Means 2,000 cars can go through the lanes of the freeway without any delays, anything like this. So if you imagine there's 4 lanes on the 480, and we are talking about 8,000 per hour. Now, the number of the spectators coming, the cars coming from this direction, for example, is about 5,000. That's easily can go on top of maybe a few percentage on top of the traffic going there. So if there were some issues, the model, the pictures I showed you, the slides on the VORC would have showed that and saying 480 can accommodate all these extra trips, but it didn't show. The main issue was roundabout ramps, roundabout the exiting and the intersections.
Okay. And then my final question, and I think this really gets to the heart of my perspective on all of this. It is not an inherent opposition to any of the proposed buildable units as much as it's a concern that there could be additional buildable units that were not analyzed or are not presented simply because they are not located in the city of Brook Park. And I think in a combination of this presentation and showing traffic backups, for example, on Brook Park and Grayton, as people are trying to get onto and off of the highway, and then aerial map is provided to us in the package showing where there would be police presence at intersections in anticipation of heavy traffic. My specific question is, are there additional buildable units that staff feels need to be analyzed beyond the 7 that were presented? And my concern is that if the answer to that is yes, but they are not being analyzed in this going forward, I do not want to create a city or a scenario where specifically the cities of Cleveland and Middleburg Heights, but not exclusively them, could end up with some degree of an unfunded mandate where there's infrastructure improvements needed to handle traffic flow, but there are fewer dollars eligible for such a project because it wasn't analyzed at this point in time.
Mr. Chair, to Councilman Slife, we don't anticipate any additional buildable units. The plan is comprehensive. Those 6 buildable units are what the plan, what the project includes. The 7th buildable unit was the possible RTA new station. So those 6 buildable units do comprise the total project. And we don't anticipate enough delay or capacity issues at any other intersections that would warrant any major infrastructure reconstruction.
Thank you.
But at this time, I will like to address Councilman Slife's question a little bit differently, that we understand that those buildable units are representative of this existing project submission. But based on what we are hearing from Dr. Makarachi, we are seeing that there is delay outside of Brook Park. And so we would want some further analysis and proposals on additional infrastructure improvements outside of the city of Brook Park, specifically the adjoining communities and the hotspots of delay.
Yes, our revised study that's being completed right now, the traffic feasibility study, will be complete in about a month. And that will look at these outlying areas and how does an event affect the outlying areas. If there are then any recommendations, then we'll address them at that time. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that we are looking at the areas outside of Brook Park, and this particular component of the analysis has been for Osborne and for the city of Brook Park, only the city of Brook Park.
That's correct. And Dr. Makarachi did mention that we've just commissioned a study in Middleburg Heights.
Right.
We're working with Mayor Castelli and the city, and we will be looking at the Bagley Road intersection at Engel and also the 2 signalized intersections at I-71 there on Bagley. So that's some regional collaboration that we're already moving forward on.
And I think it's important to note also with these buildable units, what I'm also hearing from the analysis that that essentially has been led by Dr. Makarachi, but as a partnership with the city of Brook Park and ODOT and the rest of the folks, supported by Osborne. The buildable units as presented do not address all of the delay. So that there is still delay. Certainly it addresses some of it. So there will have to be further discussion on what is the acceptable level of delay, right?
Well, and infrastructure improvements are aimed at allowing easy access and sufficient access for the 30th peak hour of traffic. Events are not anywhere in the 30th peak hour. So therefore, these are the delays that we're talking about are all event delays, and those typically would not be funded. Public transportation does not fund for major events, just the same as public infrastructure will not fund a sewer that is built to handle a 500-year storm. It's just not a good use of public money.
I mean, if I make your comment about the acceptable level, that's a crucial point. When we have got a game and we have got 65,000 coming to Brook Park, we don't have to expect, this is going to be ordinary day. It's not ordinary day. Even people who travel to airport, if there's a game day, they realize they have to leave a little bit early because of the congestion they might be. So that's you mentioned the phrase of the acceptable level. That's important, for the game day. It should be different with when I go home, that's a different level. We have to raise a little bit of acceptable level, a little bit higher. So in that case, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Makarachi and City of Brook Park, Councilman Slife. Are there any other comments or questions regarding this issue? Nicole?
Quick question. In the packet, it talks about the traffic management strategy and using police officers or other support. Can you just talk a little bit more about how you plan to use? And then I think we've also talked about maybe a signal upgrades and what would be happening to help with that.
That's a great question. The city of Brook Park is preparing to obviously increase their police department and also creating a new division, a traffic division. We had a team from Axon come up from Arizona to visit the city. We analyzed every single intersection, every road where we could possibly put cameras. Our team has just returned yesterday from Arizona to be able to start selecting equipment. The city of Brook Park is committed to traffic control through automation. There will be somewhere around at least 200 cameras, possibly up to 344 cameras installed in the city of Brook Park to be able to control the traffic through a command center. So it'll be as simple as having part-time employees at these traffic signal boxes with a green button and a red button. As we see in the command center that there's backup in certain areas, what we will do is we will hold up traffic that is not backed up and congested, and then be able to move traffic that is starting to build up in other areas through that automated system. So no different than the way that we are operating. I'm a former military person. We used automation all the time when we were in the Middle East. So we're going to do that to be able to help with any congestion in and around the area.
Any additional comments?
I have a question.
Mary Beth?
There's a public meeting that's scheduled in January. What is NOACA hoping to get from that? And will that, whatever feedback comes from the public meeting, will that be incorporated into the recommendation that goes to the Planning and Programming Committee and then upwards towards the board?
So our objective in holding the public meeting is to ensure that we are offering the opportunity for residents, businesses, and the traveling public to the stadium, the opportunity to provide to us their perspective on what their experience would look like, what they want it to look like. We'd like to make sure that we have the opportunity given to the adjoining communities, and especially the residents of the adjoining communities, on their concerns. And the answer in terms of what we hear, yes, we will look at any of the information that we receive. If we have not already studied it, we will study it. Hopefully, we will have information to share with the public that will address some of these concerns before they need to express it. But yes, it is the opportunity to hear directly from the public, and particularly a wider group of folks than just the residents of Brook Park.
And then another question. This committee, the reason this is back to this committee is because we didn't have the full traffic analysis the last time. And from what the consultant said, there's still a secondary analysis going on that we don't have data for and will not get until the end of the month, end of January. And yet we have to recommend this today. So I just question how we're supposed to do that. And if Planning and Programming Committee say, hey, there's another piece, you didn't get it, I'm sending it back to the committee. So just for timing and process, just a question and discussion.
May I address that question? The studies and all of the data has been shared with NOACA, and NOACA used all the data and study information to incorporate into their model. Their models have shown minimal impacts, minimal delays, and the revisions that we're making to the traffic studies right now are very minor in nature. There are no changes. The buildable units are the same number of turning lanes, through lanes. So it's just minor tweaks to the presentation of those reports. So there is really no new data coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So is NOACA staff recommending that based on what you've seen, that this is acceptable, just to confirm what you're?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Or is the NOACA staff recommending that we proceed forward? How do you feel that the buildable units are acceptable in your professional opinion?
I don't think so. Knock on myself in a position to, as a members, based on the information, you need to make a decision. But what I showed to you, I don't see any problem if, any issues in terms of the, yes, as Executive Director mentioned, there might be some more buildable units, helps more. That's gonna be in this, as we go forward, we can, look at that. But we worked based on this project is a PPR, project review. We worked on based on what the consultant and the city of Brook Park, a sponsor of this project, provided to us. So if you might go to look at this and say, maybe here and there we can add little, but right now, as I said, I don't see any problem, any red flag. So, but it's not my job or it's not anybody, Greece can say it's not our job to say is you members of subcommittee should decide.
Dr. Ali, to be clear, so on this specific set of buildable units, you're saying we're comfortable in that they're addressing at an acceptable level the traffic delays.
Considering the game day, as I said, your phrase was very good. The acceptable level, we are comfortable with this.
So yes, there will be delays, additional delays, but as Dennis had described, the use of improvements, not so much for the worst case scenario, but what is acceptable.
But if I go the ordinary day, if I go home and drive through this and I see this kind of congestion, I will be stressed. But knowing that there's a game there, I have to raise my acceptable level in my tolerance and say, okay, that's a game here and is in the region and is benefiting us. So there's a benefit cost. Everybody does this in their minds, and so based on that, we are comfortable.
And when it comes to additional infrastructure improvements outside of the city of Brook Park, we are not yet prepared to make that same statement, correct?
Yes, we have looked at the interchange, one close by interchange, which is a Bagley Road, but there needs to be some improvement. Some of the improvement that I showed, the delay and all this, congestion is already there. So that's nothing to do with the event. There's there. But obviously when the event happens, some people take that route, the congestion gets over the capacity, needs to be something to be done there as well.
So after the January 14th meeting, we will have additional information from the public as well as additional information from stakeholders, even at this table. And we will continue to look at infrastructure improvements outside of the city of Brook Park. We would have preferred all of this together coming to NOACA. However, I know that the mayor of Brook Park has discussed with us the possibility of a phase 1 and a phase 2, meaning that what has been proposed at this time is a phase 1, and it is strictly the city of Brook Park, and a phase 2 infrastructure improvements would include adjoining communities and outside of the city of Brook Park. And that at this time, we are not prepared to make a full statement.
Yes.
Another question.
Further discussion, Jacob?
I have two questions related primarily to pedestrian access to the site and around it. On your slide where you noted where sidewalks are going to be added as part of the buildable units, there was a note that some of them were potential sidewalks. When does that get decided?
That's a great question. Thank you. The reason those are listed, the ones that you see in yellow on this slide are shown right now as potential. And that's because those didn't make it into the stage 1 design. We completely believe that those are fundable with the project budget, and those will be incorporated into stage 2 design, so.
And then my second question is, and certainly there's a lot of conversation here around the car traffic and the freeway and the delay there. Has there been any look at like pedestrian level of service, not just directly adjacent to the stadium site? Certainly the pedestrian bridge over 6 or 7 lanes on Engle Road will be helpful in terms of that. But in the larger context, assuming that, you know, within, you know, these off-site parking spots or even other places where people might park that you guys haven't designated as official off-site parking spots, there's going to be a lot of pedestrian activity. And during non-event days, you know, people that live in Brook Park may need to walk or bike to get to places, and, you know, having overbuilt infrastructure to be able to navigate certainly present safety issues. So has there been any look at looking at pedestrian level of service within a radius around the whole development site?
Not a specific level of service study. However, we are providing sidewalks and access from all locations. So we believe as you talk about everyday access should be seamless, no challenges at all. There are sidewalks everywhere. All the crossings will occur at signalized intersections that will have pedestrian, you know, high visibility pedestrian crossings and pedestrian signals.
I would make one recommendation, and perhaps, Grace, this is part of that larger kind of regional look at movements in the area, but doing some sort of pedestrian level of service analysis in terms of like origin and destinations, you know, around the stadium, but, you know, adjacent areas as well might be a good thing to help inform our decision.
Thank you.
Richard?
I'd just like to make a comment, and that is, City of Cleveland's working with the stadium team very closely, expressing our concerns and providing comments, and that we look forward to moving the project forward. Thanks.
Engineer Exley?
Just a couple of quick things from previous discussions we've had. We're looking at roadway construction and buildable units. I just want to make sure that's been coordinated with any other previously planned roadway improvements, especially around the airport itself, with the construction that's going to happen there, to make sure that construction roadway type delays aren't conflicting with each other in any way.
Yes, sir. There are several projects that are planned for the area. For instance, Brook Park Road resurfacing is going to be performed by ODOT and the city, and that is scheduled for 2028. The Snow Road Bridge will also be resurfaced, redecked possibly, and ODOT is leading that project. They have another consultant working on that, but these are all being coordinated to also be complete prior to opening day of the stadium.
Good. That's what I was hoping to hear. One other thing, if I could, we're talking about, for assumptions. We're looking, from what I saw in the numbers, either 85% or 100% of the vehicles for a full stadium, everybody coming in at once, everybody leaving at once. Because this is being built as an entertainment complex, is there any thought on the idea that a certain percentage of people going to a game day would arrive early to take advantage of the ancillary things that would be there, and again, leaving late because of what would be there?
Yes, we did. I mean, one of the assumptions was 15% come before 3 p.m. for entertainment, anything. Then majority of them come from 3 to 7. Now, when we say 3 to 7 is 4 hours, you have to look at that in terms of the, you know, some people come 3, 4 o'clock, some people 5 o'clock. So that's the range. Yes, we assume that, as I said, the reason why we are talking about these periods because of our tools are based on that. And we have to, when we simulate, we have to run the model, and that's based on each period. So yes, it's a 15. Again, we team decided 15% and 85%, which is, I think, is a reasonable for a game based on our observation. When there's a game downtown, our office is here, we can see some people come early. I can see from my window, some people come early, but majority of people come around about a couple hours before the game.
Very good. Appreciate that that was considered.
I'd like to touch base on that as well, too. So when we're talking about people coming to that event, there is attention to detail and how quickly can we scan people into the parking lot that's in and around the stadium. So the City of Brook Park, our traffic division, police, and HSG have been working on the detail. How quickly can we scan people in and get them into the parking lot? Furthermore, some of the questions come down to how early can you start tailgating? There's different rules for what will be there for the Browns versus what will happen in our industrial parkways. What we're going to do is introduce legislation to be able to amend zoning laws to be able to allow early access to these parking lots, which will help with that ingress question. And then when it goes back to Councilman Slife talking about egress, egress is going to be a controlled congestion within the parking lots. So it's not going to be the same as when we're trying to get people into the city or in and around the stadium. That will be controlled congestion, and that will be a traffic pattern. We'll have a standard operating procedure for that, where people will be able to move east and west evenly, and we'll push the traffic out. Now, of course, some people will be leaving a parking lot and need to go west, and they're going to be forced east. Well, you're going to be going east. But all the attention and detail on what you just asked there is being considered.
Thank you.
One last question. As far as the cost of the overall project, what you guys are assuming is the total cost is for all the buildable units, and then the traffic management solutions that you talked about, Mayor, that's outside of the cost that you've presented, and how is that getting funded?
That will all be done through the development agreement. So we have to understand what are our increased operational costs, and all of those analysis have been made, and we're tying those into the development agreement that we've been working with the Haslam Sports Group.
Also, I'd like to be clear that there are 7 buildable units. The project cost, however, only covers the first 6.
Yeah, yes, that's correct. And that's because, again, the RTA station is just a possibility, and we're in the very early stages of plan development, so the RTA can look at that and decide if that's something feasible they want to move forward with. But you're absolutely correct. Only the 6 units, the top 6.
Go ahead.
I just want to say that ODOT thanks NOACA and the City of Brook Park. We've had a great relationship with you guys on this project. And whether this committee continues this project through the process or sends it back for more analysis, I think we're going to remain a very good partner with the city and NOACA. So we have a lot of confidence.
Thank you. No further questions or comments. We're looking for a motion to take action on this item.
Move to approve.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're tight on time, so we're going to move through the rest of the agenda rather quickly. Item 6B, third quarter 2026 PPR. Ed May.
Third quarter plan?
Great. Let's catch up here. Yeah, the action being requested here is for the Transportation Subcommittee to recommend third quarter project planning review to the Planning and Programming Committee for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for March 2026. I'm going to just kind of skip over some of this stuff. You've seen this all too often probably here. This is our diagram representing project planning review and all that goes into that. I will get to the project itself. Just let me get here. This project is not requesting NOACA funds. Rather, it's utilizing funding through the Ohio Workforce Mobility Partnership Program, which supports projects in the rural and urban areas of Ohio that easily and efficiently transport resident workforce members to economically significant employment centers and places of employment outside of the resident. So this project involves the purchase of expansion vehicles. Lake Trans is going to add 2 propane-powered light transit vehicles to its fleet. And it will also include Lake Trans and Geauga County's transit award for launching a 3-year cross-county workforce mobility initiative. They'll be hiring new drivers, raising Geauga County transit wages. Also this is in an effort to create a unified driver pool for seamless service between Lake and Geauga counties. And the project will expand demand responsive transportation for work, training, education, and healthcare, connecting residents to major job hubs, centers, and opportunities across both counties. There is no financial impact to this project. The action does not approve proposed funding or implementation schedule. The next steps, staff would forward any comments from this subcommittee to the project sponsor. Pending the subcommittee's recommendation, the project would be presented to the Planning and Programming Committee, then the Executive Committee, and then pending board approval, the project sponsor would be notified that the project has completed project planning review, and staff will work with the sponsor to address any issues identified through this process. With that, I'd like to request the Transportation Subcommittee to recommend third quarter project planning review to the Planning and Programming Committee for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for March 2026.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Second? Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item 6C, third quarter 2026 plan and tip amendments. Ed May.
Yes, thank you. The action being requested here is for the subcommittee to recommend plan and tip amendments for the third quarter of state fiscal year 2026 to the Planning and Programming Committee for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for March 2026. Again, I'll skip this here. This is the same illustration, but it's highlighting the amendment to the plan and tip. But I do want to kind of focus on what an amendment is actually. It's a revision to the tip that involves a major change to a project included in the tip or on the plan, such as the addition or removal of a project or project phase, a major change in the project cost exceeding established changing cost thresholds, a design or scope change, such as a bridge work being added to a resurfacing project or changing from a pavement maintenance to an intersection expansion, or in the case of transit, adding or removing scope activities or activity line items. This would require, that goes through our process, including public review and comment, demonstrating fiscal constraint, also air quality conformity for non-exempt projects or projects that are deemed regionally significant, culminating in a board action. Let me just go through these. This project here, this is the slide that we had just seen regarding project planning review. This involves the purchase of expansion vehicles for longer cross-county trips and also a 3-year cross-county workforce mobility initiative for service between Lake and Geauga counties. This was covered under project planning review. The TIP amendment includes projects that are currently programmed in the TIP. This slide lists amendments to a bridge project, a roadway project, and a transit project. The first project is a bridge project on the Hope Memorial Bridge in Cleveland, to which a preliminary engineering detailed design phase is being added. The next project involves stabilizing the slope of an I-90 westbound entrance ramp from a rest area located in Concord Township. This project is being revised from a group project to an individual project so that it then can be combined with another individual project, a road rehabilitation along Interstate 90 in Lake County. The next project is a public transportation agency safety plan activities for GCRTA sponsored project. The activity line item is being revised from planning activities to bus and rail preventive maintenance to spend a balance of funds originally programmed for planning. These are not programmed with any NOACA funds. This next project involves actually a NOACA-funded project. It is a resurfacing of Fairport Road on Water Street from East Street to Second Street in the village of Fairport Harbor. We were notified by the sponsor that they will not be implementing this project and requested that the project be canceled. The sponsor indicated that they are unable to commit the required match for the project, and they are unable to devote what is estimated to be about 25% of the village's annual budget to this road project on Water Street that primarily serves their stone docks. So they have requested that this project be removed. The cost of the proposed projects being amended to the plan is $2.9 million. The cost of the projects being revised in the plan and TIP is $57.8. This funding is provided by FHWA and FTA and administered through ODOT. With board adoption, the project would be, these projects would be incorporated in the NOACA plan and the statewide TIP amendment in March. With that, I'd like to request the Transportation Subcommittee to recommend third quarter state fiscal year 2026 plan and TIP amendment to the Planning and Programming Committee for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for March 2026.
Can I have a motion, please? Motion, Matt. Second? Thank you, Jacob. Any discussion? Sorry. Oh, sorry. Hearing none, can I, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 7, presentation discussions, state fiscal year 2026, Transportation for Liberal Communities, Rob Allhorn.
Hello, I'm Rob Allhorn. I'm standing in for Leah Telepak today. I really don't have time to cover these 19 projects, so I'm just going to try to speed run it. This is a fiscal year 26 Transportation for Livable Communities Initiative Program applications. No action requested. I think you guys are familiar with the TLCI. I'll skip through this. There are 5 planning studies requesting a total of $680,000 and 14 implementation requests totaling $6.28 million. There are $500,000 available for the planning studies and $1.5 million available for the implementation. The planning study applications include City of Elyria, GCRTA, Liverpool Township, Mentor on the Lake, and Solon. Elyria project has 3 zones that would be looked at for multimodal improvements. The RTA study is for transit-oriented development along the entire red line and the trunk line of the blue and green lines. Liverpool Township would be in the Valley City Business Corridor, connecting to the park that's along the Rocky River, would be pedestrian and perhaps cyclist improvements. Mentor on the Lake is a bike and ped study along the corridors you see there. The Solon study would be in the downtown Solon, connecting to a planned trail that goes through the railroad tracks, which cuts through the center of that image and then would connect it to the downtown area. The implementation projects are in Bay Village, Bedford, Cleveland, Cleveland Heights, Grand River Village, Lake Tran, Lorraine, North Olmsted, North Royalton, Paynesville, Parma Heights, Richmond Heights, Rocky River, and Shaker Heights. Bay Village would be a multi-use path connecting between the Huntington Reservation and the existing trail at Cahoon Park. Bedford would also be a multi-use trail on the east side of Willis Road, running from Bedford Commons to Viaduct Park. The Cleveland project would be a raised mid-block, high-visibility crosswalk with pedestrian refuge islands between Lakeshore Boulevard and Shore Acres Drive. Cleveland Heights would be the final phase of a 2/3 mile path, I believe, connecting Fairmount Boulevard and Meadowbrook Road. It's bike lanes and crosswalk enhancements, speed humps and signage. River Village would be on Grand River Street restoration, gateway sign at Heisley Street, sidewalks, trees, curb bump outs, pedestrian and bicycle access to trail, safety striping on railways, crosswalks, banners and street signs. Lake Tran is in Eastlake, Willow, Wick, and Willoughby. Street lighting, walkway enhancements, landscape, sidewalk, and curb ramps. In Lorraine, it's a trailhead on Sunset Pier Park. North Olmsted, Lorraine Road multi-use connector. It's a 10-foot wide multi-use path on the north side of Lorraine Road from Stearns to East Porter. North Royalton is a 460-foot long, 5-foot wide sidewalk on the western side of State Road. Paynesville is a streetscape improvement plan with crosswalk enhancements, reconfigured intersections, and bump outs. Parma Heights is a 4-foot sidewalk and widening, replacing 4-foot side sidewalk with 6-foot side sidewalk and high visibility crosswalks and a transit waiting environment improvement. Chardon Road corridor is between Chardon View Slip Lane and Cuyahoga County line, installing high visibility crosswalks, lane buffers, and new striping and reduced lane widths. Rocky River Center Ridge East Gateway project, improvements along Center Ridge Road from Linden Road to Worcester Road. Shaker Heights Lee Road complete streets. South of Van Aken, including pedestrian amenities, lighting, sidewalks, wayfinding, and streetscaping. Next step, we will go to, we will take any input that you guys have. You can also email us or give us a call if you have questions or concerns or suggestions, and we will bring recommendations to the Planning and Programming Committee in January. And then the Board of Directors is anticipated to decide on recommendations at the March meeting. And I mentioned the financial impacts earlier. There's $1.5 million available for implementation projects and up to $500,000 for planning studies. Anything that's not allocated to the planning studies will roll into the implementation project funding. And these funds are from Surface Transportation Block Grant funds, and they're included in the NOACA's overall work program. The planning studies are, and then the implementation program is within the TIP. And then awards are up to 80% of the total project cost with local match requirements, but the 20% local match requirement, but local matches can be waived for areas of persistent poverty, urban core communities, and or disadvantaged communities. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? Thank you.
Thanks.
Next presentation, the 26 to 31 TIP development, Ed May.
Okay, I'll try to be brief here. Yes, that is the topic here. No action is being requested. We're just sharing this with the subcommittee as we are beginning to develop our transportation improvement program for state fiscal years 2028 through 2031. and this is for specific to NOACA controlled funding, not the portion of the TIP that consists of the federal funds controlled by ODOT. This has been presented to the advisory councils. The intent here is to establish the projects recommended for NOACA funds earlier so as to allow for programming and development to occur sooner. Our TIP is a 4-year program using FHWA and FTA funds, and it will contain both NOACA and ODOT-funded projects. It's comprised of the roadway and transportation alternatives element, the transit element, appendices that involve public involvement procedures and required analyses regarding fiscal constraint and air quality conformity. So we're updating our program that will be ultimately presented to the board in March of calendar year 2027 and will go into effect on July 1 of calendar year 2027. As I mentioned, this is, we are evaluating potential projects in accordance with our methodology to develop projects to be funded by NOACA. And those are the traditional NOACA funding sources, SDBG, or I'm sorry, Surface Transportation Block Grant funding at about 34 million. Transportation Alternatives funding at about 3.8 million, Carbon Reduction Program at about 4.2 million, all of which are directly allocated to NOACA by formula. And then we have a CMAQ program that the most recent application round was back in September of 2025, so those have already been established. But we do want to evaluate potential projects in accordance with our methodology to elevate and advance projects that best represent the priorities contained in the plan, so that projects that we ultimately advance are consistent with board priorities and also align with state and federal transportation initiatives. So we have our long-range plan with many projects in it, as well as the bipartisan infrastructure law, which does have focus areas and funding requirements associated with it that we also pay attention to. Our process that will follow will be the very same process that we use for the current TIP, or the state fiscal year 26 through 29 TIP, and have used for the previous 3 TIPs. That methodology and criteria have been recommended by the committees with input from advisory councils and subcommittees and approved by the board. And our process incorporates the plan priorities and also policies and initiatives adopted by the board. The methodology itself involves 5 steps. I'm going to try to go through these quickly. The first step that we'll undertake at the staff level will be to develop the potential project universe. Step 2 will be to screen those deficiencies and needs against the WE-NEO 2050 plus priorities and established policies. Step 3 will involve coordination with our regional transportation agencies, all our communities, the 5 county engineers, and the city of Cleveland. And step 4 will be to filter the top 25% of the transportation asset management projects. And then step 5 will be to evaluate the qualifying projects against our regional significance criteria, as well as our other considerations for project prioritization. So this step 1, we just develop our universe of projects that we'll be evaluating, and we will be utilizing the WE-NEO 2050 minor and major constrained lists, plans and programs and policies and projects to implement the strategies outlined in the plan, as well as transportation asset management, projects suggested and recommended out of our safety and congestion priority core locations, and projects submitted from local communities and regional transit agencies, with a target year of construction of, or the equivalent thereof, through plan year 2020, or 2031 rather. So then we'll screen these identified universe of project and see what aligns with each project type. For example, looking at pavements that align with transportation asset management program. Bridge priorities will be screened based on bridge condition data, seeing what segments may align with our congestion and safety lists, what may align with safety projects like proposed intersection improvements or roundabouts or signalization, signing, et cetera. Then those that align with identified NOACA safety plans, transportation safety action plans, safe routes to school, and SAVE plans. Regionally significant projects. These are projects that are important to regional economy and regional travel and destinations. We'll also be looking at transit asset management, like rolling stock and vehicle purchases, facility improvements, station upgrades, and roadway and rail infrastructure, as well as transit operations for perhaps new or improved service. Finally, we'll screen proposed transportation alternatives. These are projects that are non-roadway type projects, and how they align or complete maybe a link on a regional facility or provide new access to major destinations, and those that align with our safe routes to school travel plans and also our TLCI planning studies. So once these screens are applied, we will get with the communities to review these needs that we've identified and what we have, and make sure they're in alignment with what the communities have, and whatever their capital or other plans are suggesting. We will send out correspondence to the partners requesting a review of the universe of projects, primarily with respect to scope, schedule, and budget. We'll then meet in person with the 5 county engineers, the City of Cleveland, GCRTA, and Lake Tran. And we'll be doing this through the months of February through April. And then following that, we'll proceed to get our universe of projects down to a more manageable number. And to do this, we'll follow the same method we've employed for the last several TIPs. The first action of the methodology will be filtering off the top 25% of the TAM preservation projects. Then we'll apply each county's respective percentage of the regional vehicle miles traveled to get a representative or target number of qualifying deficiencies for each county. Then we'll sort that by cost effectiveness within each county. And then to that, we'll add in all the other types of qualifying project types adopted by the board, like congestion or safety or regionally significant projects, transit and transportation alternatives. So then the qualifying projects will be evaluated against regional significance criteria based on regional connectivity factors that evaluate whether a roadway provides access to a facility with a multi-county or regional impact, or a county impact or community impact, up to 2 points. So we just are looking at these roadways in terms of how important they are to regional travel and regional destination. And if a road addresses a deficiency or improves access to job centers, educational and governmental institutions, medical centers, also looking at intermodal facilities or how it supports other modes of travel, cultural, sports, and entertainment venues, again, from a regional, a county, and a community-based perspective. Weight factor is assigned to each facility type for a potential maximum score of 11. Then we look at the plan relationship. That is how projects are aligned with adopted NOACA plans and initiatives. There may be a roadway deficiency that maybe also has an identified or documented safety or congestion need. It might be a priority freight plan route. It might carry a transit arterial fixed route and things of that nature. Also looking at what potential facilities might align with an existing or We Neo 2050 plus recommended, planned, or proposed bicycle facility, like conventional bike lanes or all-purpose trail, that sort of thing. Additionally, we'll look at projects against our recommendations that have come out of Safe Routes to School travel plans and the TLCI planning studies. And those that have recommended pedestrian infrastructure like smart crossings, mid-block crossings, pedestrian refuge islands, and signalized intersections. So 1 point will go to each, 1 point for each of these. So we're looking at these roadway deficiencies and layering on NOACA's other planning aspects to just try to get as complete a project as possible and looking at all aspects of what that benefit could look like, and then prioritizing it accordingly. Also will be another consideration is the opportunity to possibly incorporate complete and green streets components or elements into a project. This is required of all roadways that they consider this. Complete streets to safely and comfortably accommodate all users. One item of note here is that projects that are limited exclusively to resurfacing or other maintenance type activities, despite that, it's recommended that things like pavement striping, crosswalk signage, and other low-cost bicycle and pedestrian countermeasures still be considered. And also green streets to integrate sustainable green infrastructure components to improve water quality and reduce runoff volumes. such as pervious pavers. This would be along non-travel lanes, bump outs, capturing stormwater runoff, trees, plantings, bioswales, and giving priority considerations to projects that decrease impervious surfaces versus replacing or increasing impervious surfaces. Additional evaluation factors and considerations applied to qualifying projects relate to community benefit. We just, we want to make certain that the money that the NOACA invests promotes and encourages a fair distribution of our funds and the benefit associated with our funding. So we're looking at and noting what is located within or provides access to NOACA-defined urban core communities, disadvantaged communities, or areas of persistent poverty, and making sure that that's a priority consideration as well. Also, to look at possibly adopting or incorporating other technology or concepts such as strengthening mobility and revolutionizing transportation, better known as smart corridors. And finally, if there is or will be EV charging stations located along that corridor. So this slide here shows our estimated schedule. We're going to work with the advisory councils and the subcommittees throughout this process. We will present project funding recommendations to the subcommittee, advisory councils in May and subcommittee in June, then present to the Planning and Programming Committee for recommendation at its July meeting, the Executive Committee in August, and then finally to the Board of Directors for approval in September of 2026.
Thank you, Ed.
So, next steps will we are preparing and developing our infrastructure deficiencies now, and we will be providing that soon.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for the presentation. We're going to move ahead with the remainder of our agenda. We're a little behind schedule. Item number 8, State Fiscal Year 2026 NOACA Funded Project Monitoring Report is included in your packet. And is there any old business?
I have one announcement under old business, and that's that.
Microphone.
I have one announcement under old business, and that's that the transportation, our safety reports, we've done some additional work on them, and the regional rankings are now available on the Regional Safety Program page, and the county rankings are on the county subpages of the community safety reports. So this is information that's been asked for and now answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. New business, I-71 Crossroad Regional Transportation Study presented by Lori Adams. And we are pretty behind schedule, so.
Yeah, we're behind schedule, so if we wanted to defer this to the next meeting, that's okay.
I think that would be advisable. Thank you. Hearing no other action, can I have a motion to adjourn? Second, all in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. I'd like to thank the board for letting me serve NOACA as Transportation Subcommittee Chair, and look forward to happy holidays to everybody and a safe new year. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that all members shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert Rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphone can be turned on and off by the button on top of them. We'll start with the meeting, the minutes of September 19th, 2025. Any corrections or additions? Okay. Can I have a motion to approve? A second? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. Public comments on the agenda items. Has anyone signed in to speak today? No. Okay. There being none, we will move on to the next agenda item. Is there an executive director's report?
I have no report today, but I do want to thank the committee for all of their hard work in 2025. NOACA can't move forward without the support of its committees, and we are very appreciative of your time. So expressing gratitude and looking forward to a successful 2026.
Thank you. There are no action items for today's meeting. Okay, we'll move on to future actions. We have the Medina County 5-year facility planning area boundaries and prescription update with Ms. Stanzi. Can you turn your mic on, please? Thank you.
Got it. Is this better? Thanks, guys. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Stanzi. I'm a Water Quality Planner 2 here at NOACA, and today we are presenting our progress on the Medina County 5-year update. So again, no action is required today. This item is for information and discussion, and just to give you an update, we will bring this back to you for future action next year. There has been no previous action on this item. So just some background information on our 5-year countywide FPA updates. NOACA is contracted by the Ohio EPA to maintain current and accurate FPA boundaries and prescriptions in our region. And a key way that we fulfill this contract requirement is through our 5-year updates. NOACA staff initiates these updates focusing on a specific county in the NOACA region each year. And this process relies on consensus among local stakeholders, since our primary designated management agencies, or DMAs, and secondary DMAs are required to review and approve updates, and we notify affected jurisdictions as well for transparency and feedback. So I just wanted to use this time to review the roles of our designated management agencies and affected jurisdictions. Primary DMAs have the legal authority, managerial capacity, and financial responsibility to own and operate a publicly owned treatment works, or POTW. This language comes from our Clean Water 2020 plan, NOACA's 208 plan. Our secondary DMAs are responsible for planning, building, operating, and maintaining sewers, and have sewer service agreements with POTWs or sewer districts. And then affected jurisdictions refer to communities impacted by sewer decisions that are made by DMAs. Across the NOACA region, we have 39 primary DMAs and 86 secondary DMAs. So this is our Medina County FPA update process. We initiated this update with the Medina County Sanitary Engineers first as the DMA of the largest FPA in Medina County, the Medina County FPA. We met weekly with Jeremy Cinco and Ben Remine to review FPA boundaries and prescriptions and develop initial maps for discussion. We then held a DMA roundtable meeting with the other primary DMAs in Medina County on December 10th to give them some background on the process, discuss our goals, and then review other areas for discussion. These included areas that needed more input or further discussion between DMAs, so that is where we are now. We are at the third step in this process. We are meeting with DMAs by request to review and update the remaining 7 FPAs and their boundaries and prescriptions. So far, we have met with the city of Wadsworth and are expecting to hear soon from the village of Lodi, and then we will follow up with the village of Seville, the village of Westfield Center, the city of Rittman, the village of Spencer, and finally the village of Creston. So once we complete the rest of those reviews, we will prepare FPA draft maps reflecting the proposed updates based on our discussions with the DMAs. We will then email the DMAs the draft maps with parcel level list of changes for their review. We will accept any feedback, and then we will facilitate necessary discussions about potential updates or changes, finalize the map based on the feedback, and then the DMAs will return the final signed map and approval form to us to confirm those proposed updates, and we will combine and prepare those for NOACA board approval. So that's kind of our process and the work that we still have left to do. So we have also used this review as an opportunity to update Medina County related information in Clean Water 2020, NOACA's 208 plan. So for example, figure 4B-1 shown here details the FPA information in Medina County. So we have worked to update this with the DMAs as well. We did our own internal review specifically on the POTW average design flow information. And then we also made some minor changes with the primary and secondary DMA columns, just changing language to make sure that the jurisdictions were accurately reflected in those columns. So moving on to our mapping process, this is the map that we started with. For some context, Medina County includes 8 FPAs, 8 primary DMAs, and 7 secondary DMAs. And as you can see, Seward areas are largely concentrated around city and village centers, while the townships are primarily served by on-site systems. You'll also notice several areas shown in red. These represent local prescription areas in our 208 plan. Local prescriptions are areas where communities want to vary from the default prescriptions, meaning that categories like currently sewers expected within 20 years, limited sewers expected within 20 years, or areas served by on-site systems don't fully capture their sewering plans or restrictions. These local prescriptions can represent a range of situations. So for example, areas where developers are required to pay for future sewer extensions, areas where jurisdictions are prohibiting sewer expansion, or areas where communities are requesting that sanitary sewers be provided. As part of this 5-year update, NOACA's water quality planning staff came into this process wanting to revisit these local prescription areas within Medina County. While we recognize their importance, we are also seeing reoccurring issues with them, especially during our permit to install or PTI review. In several cases, PTIs were submitted for projects located in these red areas that required us to obtain additional sign-off from affected jurisdictions or DMAs. And we realized that by the point a PTI was being submitted, the project was already probably had involvement or recommendation from the jurisdictions through planning or zoning commissions or other review processes. So this extra step extended our PTI review timeline. We also identified that several jurisdictions, in the case of several jurisdictions, specific terms of the local prescriptions were not clearly explained in our plan. So because of that, we felt it was time to redesignate these red areas using our existing default prescriptions. These default categories still reflect local planning perspectives and were originally developed by the DMAs when the planning areas were first established. So we discussed this approach with Jeremy and Ben, who explained that many of the local prescription areas could be more appropriately aligned with the limited sewers expected within 20 years designation shown in blue on our map. Jeremy also developed a potential sewer line extension layer, and when we reviewed that layer, it aligned very closely with the existing local prescription areas. And so that alignment became a major update in this process, which you can see reflected in our proposed map shown here. So this is our preliminary proposed map. We still have some work to do with the other DMAs, but we have reviewed and updated the Medina County FPA. So you can see we transitioned pretty much all of the red areas to our blue limited sewers expected within 20 years prescription. This prescription reflects areas where adequate treatment capacity exists at a POTW, but there may be no demand to extend lines, either because development pressure is low or individual on-site systems perform well. From a sewer planning perspective, it is reasonable to expect that sanitary sewers will eventually extend to at least a portion of these areas, but it is not likely nor guaranteed within the next 20 years. So just to zoom into the parcel level and take a look at some of the types of updates we are proposing, we'll go to Sharon Township as an example. This is within the Medina County FPA. We redesignated an area from local prescriptions to limited sewers expected within 20 years. Previously, the local prescription for this area stated that in Sharon Township, they are requesting no expansion of sanitary sewer service within the township. And while that policy consideration remains important, the limited sewers expected within 20 years designation actually more accurately captures that intent. This change improves consistency in how prescriptions are applied across the region, streamlines our PTI review process, and still allows for flexibility for future coordination. And so our next map shows an area along the boundary of Brunswick Hills Township and Hinckley Township, again within the Medina County FPA. The current map includes several parcels designated with local prescriptions, some parcels with overlapping prescriptions, which again can complicate our PTI review process, and then an area identified as sewers expected within 20 years. So through this update, we were able to more accurately reflect existing conditions. And Jeremy and Ben also coordinated with pump manufacturer representatives in this area to confirm which parcels have access to gravity sewers. So as a result, several parcels are now shown as currently sewered. Some perimeter parcels are designated as areas served by on-site systems, and others are more appropriately classified as limited sewers expected within 20 years. So our final example is from Hinckley Township. Examples like this illustrate the purpose of this update, to reflect accurate, realistic sewer planning by our DMAs. While several parcels have become sewered, one parcel is unlikely to be, so it was redesignated from sewers expected within 20 years to areas served by on-site systems. So throughout this process, we had several ongoing conversations with Jeremy and Ben that extended beyond FPA boundaries and prescriptions updates. We discussed potential ways to streamline prescription updates between 5-year plan updates. For example, in cases where there are areas in transition from sewers expected within 20 years to currently sewered, Medina County may construct or assume ownership and maintenance of sewers, yet that change cannot be formally reflected in the plan for several years. So we have been discussing potential opportunities for those types of updates. We also discussed the potential benefit of mapping secondary DMAs and their jurisdictions just to clarify areas where secondary DMAs own and operate sewer infrastructure rather than primary DMAs. And finally, we wanted to highlight potential sewer area mapping as a best management practice for DMAs. The map shown in the top bubble on this slide illustrates existing sewers as green lines, and blue lines represent potential sewer lines. This is a map that Jeremy shared with us that really helped us with our prescription updates and understanding where sewers could potentially be extended. So for our next steps, again, we are just going to be meeting with the DMAs so we can finalize our maps, send them off for review, agreement, and signature. And then we plan to bring this back to NOACA's Water Quality Subcommittee in March 2026 for recommendation for board approval in June 2026. And as always, pending NOACA board approval, we will transmit copies to the appropriate agencies and submit them to Ohio EPA for certification by the governor. And so that's where we are with our Medina County 5-year update. I want to thank Jeremy Cinco and Ben Remind again for their time and expertise during our review. Every 5-year update, we learn a little differently. So each time we learn so much from our DMAs, and we really appreciate that. So thank you again.
Thank you, Sarah. Just to touch on one of the items that you were, the DMAs being able to update their prescriptions after development goes in, or a property that was limited sewers but now is sewer, I think would be very valuable in trying to keep these 208 maps as current as possible. So.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. Anyone else have any questions?
Just wondering if you guys have just thought about if one of your DMAs will not sign off on a map, how you'll proceed. And in particular, I was here during, and Grace is definitely involved with this, the Wadsworth Medina County issue. And I don't know how those talks are going, but if someone draws a line in the sand, are you just going to keep the maps as they are for that area and then update the rest? I just wonder if you had a plan in place in case that doesn't happen.
Okay, I couldn't really hear you very well, but if I understand, you're asking if a DMA doesn't agree to propose changes in our acknowledgement of map accuracy forms, how would we move forward with that? Is that correct? Okay, so yeah, we've had those situations happen before. I think our first step is to facilitate discussions between our DMAs. And then something that we have done in the past is that if we can't come to an agreement, we default to the existing FPA boundaries. And then, are always open to revisit at a later time or in a different update period.
All right. Seems like it. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
For our next update, we have the Ohio EPA, how FPAs became part. Oh, I'm sorry, that's my bad. We have NOACA Water Quality Program update by Pam Davis. Thank you.
There we go. I'll be sharing this presentation with our water quality intern, Maya Sack, as well. So I'll turn that over in a few minutes to her. Again, this is no action. We bring quarterly updates to let you know what we're working on. Really, we focus on implementation of the Clean Water 2020 plan, but also advancing the Water Quality Strategic Plan, and then continuing to support focus areas for the Water Quality Subcommittee as needed. Thanks to the Vice Chair requesting us to participate in the Ohio. Oh, let me slow down. I'm skipping my slides. I'm sorry. Just to report out, we presented at OTEC this year for the first time. Water quality staff actually attended and participated, and we provided the results of our regional riparian setback legislative review. It was attended by 75 attendees, and it was really well received. And one of the questions we got during that presentation was, I'd asked everyone in the room who works with, PTIs, permits to install, who submitted a application and who understood the checkbox regarding, consistency with 208 plans. And there were a lot of sheepish nods shaking their head, yes, we understand, or no, we don't. And one of the recommendations we had was to suggest to Ohio EPA that on the permit, which now they've moved to electronic, is create a hyperlink to the 208 plans at the state level so that they actually have the ability to go, okay, what does this really mean when I check the box, yes, no, or not applicable? Here's a link so they can make sure whether it's not applicable or not. So we're finalizing that report as we move forward. We've got some key observations just with the difference between separate individually standing setback ordinances or resolutions as opposed to coming at it from a performance standard approach. So we'll work on that. And this is where I thank our Vice Chair, Jeremy Cinco, for an invitation for us to co-present with Ohio EPA at the County Sanitary Engineers Association of Ohio at their winter conference. The idea was there's a lot of 208 planning work that the state is focusing on, which Erica is going to present in a few minutes. There was also some interest from this group about 201s and 208 facility plans. He's going to give you an overview of that as well. But the idea is we rely on our county sanitary engineers as the largest DMAs. And so we really wanted to go and support them and illustrate what an area-wide does, since there's 6 and potentially 7 going to be happening in the state. And then how do we connect our work as an area-wide to Ohio EPA? And so we resulted in a presentation about understanding 208 plans and their role in wastewater treatment or wastewater planning and projects. We had originally thought maybe to give the presentation again here to you all, but we said, you've already seen this. You're already see what we've done. So we thought it was more prudent for Eric to focus on his component of what the state's doing and on the 201 background. So you'll hear from him in a few minutes. Some of our regional coordination work after the shutdown, after the federal government reopened, the Western Lake Erie harmful algal bloom seasonal assessment was issued on December 4th. The severity this season was a 2.4 out of a 10 severity index, which is really considered a mild bloom. Its average area was about 411 square miles. You know, in this case, we didn't have a lot of rain during the early spring, so we didn't have a lot of phosphorus loading early on, and so that wasn't available for the season. The Microcystis bloom started in early July, which is in the far western Maumee Basin, which is usually later than prior seasons. Generally, it starts late June, early June. The bloom did not fully establish until early August, which again was later than prior seasons. It peaked in August, and it actually began declining in September, which again was earlier than, in this case, earlier than seasons. It stayed close to shore between Stony Point, Michigan, and the east of Port Clinton, Ohio. So I just want to include these little graphics for you. The image on the bottom shows the 2024 on the left and the 2025 on the right in the way of an image and the way of seasonal index. Last year was 4.2. This year it's 2.4. Again, that's out of 10. And last year was 626 square miles. When you look at the bar chart on the right, you can see the largest, the greatest severity was in 2011, 2013, and 2017. And so you can see how this year compares to the historical forecasting of these assessments. And I mentioned the bioavailable phosphorus, what was available, and you can see that there wasn't a lot early on in April, May, and June. It wasn't until July and August we saw more available, and that's when we started to see a little bit of change. Those are historically. When you look at the yellow bar, it just went up a little bit in August. But if you look at the green bar, that was actually the 2012 day, that shouldn't, I think they've made a mistake. I think the 2018 actually should be the 2017 season because that would be the green, the most recent green. But I'll have to double check with them. We continue to provide support to the Black River and the Cuyahoga River areas of concern. The Black River met on October 22nd. One BUI remains, one beneficial use impairment remains, and that's the degradation of benthos. And there's sampling that's happening, that happened this summer and will happen, I think, additional sampling this summer coming up. You may or may not be aware, but there are 3 sub-watershed non-point source implementation strategy plan activities happening. The Sugar River Watershed Partners received a grant to develop these NIPSIS plans for 3 Huck 12 sub-watersheds, the Black River, the Lower West Branch, and the Jackson Ditch / East Branch Black River. The idea is that they're trying to get the public involved to identify critical areas. So really going out to the community, using surveys and public meetings. The Cuyahoga area of concern actually met on October 20th. One of the things that is of interest is they've established a GIS story map of the management action projects. So in order to restore beneficial uses, you have to identify management actions that will be implemented to address the impairments. And so this map is interactive. And if you go to that website, it's pretty cool to look at each site to see what status they're in, to see if they've been funded, see which beneficial use impairment they actually address. And so in the Cuyahoga, we still have 4 beneficial uses remaining. Degradation of fish and wildlife populations, benthos, restrictions on navigational dredging, and the loss of fish habitat. And I'm very pleased to announce that I submitted an application to become a member of the Cuyahoga River Area of Concern Advisory Committee, and I've been accepted pending a vote by the actual committee members that will happen in January. We continue to reformat the Clean Water 2020 plan. As Sarah had shown, we had the DMA tables. We're trying to update all of those. So we're pulling all of the wastewater treatment facilities permits to make sure that our capacity is up to date. We're trying to identify any additional edits or corrections that need to be made on those tables. We are also working on a way to reflect staff changes in a revision page that's inserted into the document that gets posted with, here's what revisions were made in this version based on what we're allowed to as staff. Whoops. All right, so we continue to do our permits to install reviews on a weekly basis. This quarter, we've reviewed 60 permit. I apologize. We changed this to fiscal year, to date for the fiscal year, we've reviewed 60 permits to install. We've also prepared 13 consistency review maps, and we did one yesterday, so it would be 14. So we're, instead of providing a quarterly total, we're providing a fiscal year total just so that you have an idea of how much, how many permits come through and what we're reviewing. I think we're seeing a lot more consistency with these permits to install because we are doing these 5-year updates. So I think there's an efficiencies to our proactive planning. So this is where I want to turn it over to Ms. Maya Sack. As I mentioned earlier, the work we do is in conjunction with our Clean Water 2020 plan, our 208 plan, but we also have our water quality strategic plan. And she's going to give some oversights of some thoughts for work that we're thinking about over the next year and a half or so.
Thank you, Pam. Good afternoon. My name is Maya Sack, and I'm an intern in the Water Quality Division here at NOACA. As part of NOACA's 2023 Water Quality Strategic Plan, NOACA Water Quality Planning staff are focusing on strategies to support the region's management of water as a valuable resource. Today, we wish to provide an update on meeting Goal 1, to provide planning and technical support to protect and restore Lake Erie and the region's valuable water resources, and Goal 4, to advance the philosophy of One Water through our water planning work. As part of Goal 1, we are looking to collaborate with water quality stakeholders in the region. Specifically, we are researching ways to support the Cleveland Water Alliance and the Lake Erie Volunteer Science Network. Water quality planning staff met with Max Herzog, Deputy Director of Programs and Partnerships at the Cleveland Water Alliance, to discuss opportunities for engagement. The Cleveland Water Alliance offered the following collaboration opportunities. NOACA Water Quality Planning staff is invited to rejoin the LEVSN Standards Working Group's monthly meetings to assist in developing standards, sampling standards for volunteers, and to coordinate data analysis and reporting. The Cleveland Water Alliance expressed interest in presenting to NOACA DMAs on volunteer stream monitoring and Smart Lake Erie data services. We've been invited to engage LEVSN participants in a One Water outreach campaign. And the One Water campaign offers an opportunity to establish more sustainable funding and participation for LEVSN volunteers and testing. Lastly, the Cleveland Water Alliance is open to presenting technological innovations that are of interest to NOACA stakeholders. We're super excited by these opportunities and can provide further information in a future update. Goal 4 of the Water Quality Strategic Plan aims to advance the philosophy of One Water. One Water is rooted in integrated water resource management, a process which promotes the coordinated management of land and water resources to maximize economic and social welfare without compromising the sustainability of ecosystems. The U.S. Water Alliance is one of the leaders in the One Water movement and have created policy frameworks to inform our water planning work as it relates to One Water. The One Water campaign will help us raise awareness of the interconnectedness of water challenges while also promoting actions individuals can take to contribute. Two other options that NOACA Water Quality Planning staff is considering is the creation of a Watershed Champion story map and MS4 Phase 2 public educational outreach messaging, which I'll talk about on the next few slides. Northeast Ohio is full of watershed champions focused on protecting and sustaining water resources. Water quality staff is exploring the creation of an interactive story map that illustrates how residents in the NOACA region interact with each of the drops of the One Water cycle during an average day. To do this, we hope to partner with organizations like NEO-RSD, NEO-PIPE, local soil and water conservation districts, water departments, the Cleveland Water Alliance, and more. Connecting people to the work done by water quality champions will raise awareness of the challenges that we are met with. Looking from the MS4 angle, we are hoping to advance the inclusion of One Water messaging in stormwater management. We have received feedback from MS4 Phase 2 communities that residents could benefit from understanding the connection between stormwater pollutants and water treatment costs. The permits needed by urban area communities require each MS4 to develop, update, and implement a stormwater management program. We plan to incorporate One Water philosophy when designing their minimum control measures. Additionally, as part of the stormwater management program, MS4s must identify best management practices to address the minimum control measures. Water quality staff is exploring opportunities to incorporate the One Water philosophy in MCM1, Public Education and Outreach, and MCM2, Public Participation and Involvement. So far, our efforts have been informed by the NEO-PIPE group and the Lake Erie Starts Here campaign. We expect to bring further updates on the advancement of the One Water philosophy at a future subcommittee meeting. Ohio EPA contracts and NOACA's local water quality dues fund this work. And we will continue to provide quarterly updates on the water quality planning program to the Water Quality Subcommittee. I will now invite my colleague Pam to rejoin me and we can take your questions.
Hi, thank you for that presentation. This is Kristen Hall from Cuyahoga Soil and Water Conservation District. I just want to make a quick comment. When you are working on that messaging, please connect with our office. We coordinate the NEO-PIPE group as well sooner than later as we are working on the 2026 outreach strategy. So we'd want to make sure that we get those messages incorporated as soon as possible. So,
Absolutely. We will
thank
reach
you.
out.
We did attend, not the most recent one, but the one just prior. And we indicated that we were exploring this One Water thought process and that we would come back to them in the new year with some additional thoughts of where we're at.
And I would say we can share any draft strategies as well to maybe help see where you can fit into that messaging as well. Thank you.
Concerning the algae bloom, you mentioned that it was down this year. Was that at all based upon a reduction of the available phosphorus?
Yes, so that is correct. Usually, the harmful algal bloom depends on the seasonal loading early in spring and then through the heating of the lake. So it was very low, the loading, the available phosphorus loading. And we can go back to that. Was that your question? Yes, it was because of it was a low available phosphorus loading because of the weather. Less rain.
Because of less rain.
Less rain, exactly.
Yeah, as part of the boating community, there's been a lot of discussion whether it was because the water levels were very low this year, if that had any impact with it. Because we would have thought there'd been a larger algae bloom because the water warmed up more.
Well, and it was a weird season in the factor that we did not get a lot of rain during the spring. And so that's usually what happens is it comes out during that early bloom time or early growth time, and then it heats up. And so we didn't have that.
Is there any place that this information gets distributed to the public so that they can see what the causes are, why it changed?
So again, because our board has always been interested in harmful algal blooms, we have been tracking this. And so Heidelberg University, along with NOAA, have established this whole Western Basin tracking system. And I can get your email afterwards, and I can send you a link to where you can sign up to get their basically weekly assessments. So early in the spring, they get a projection. We get an updated projection. Sometimes we get a third projection based on the rain. Then each week they'll give you another announcement of what's happening. And then they usually wrap up the season with an assessment. So I can get you connected to that. That's not something we do, but it's what NOAA and the Heidelberg University has worked to do. That's where these documents are coming from.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
I had kind of the same question, Pam. You think there's been any efforts in the western end with treatment plants or with farming techniques that are possibly, besides just we got lucky that they didn't get washed into the Maumee Bay?
Well, so I think through the chair, I think the question was, has there been any improvements in agricultural practices and wastewater treatment permits and industrial permits? I think yes, quantifiably, I'm not sure if we can do that, but I know that the H2 Ohio program actually applied a lot of funding to agricultural programs to address phosphorus in the Maumee watershed. And so there was a lot of money thrown at that agricultural source of pollution. It just happened that it was, I think the weather conditions did not, the loading, and then the heat of the summer, we just didn't have it until later in October. And at that time it was dying off. I'm not an expert on this. I'm just tracking what I know. Yeah. I think we did get lucky with the weather, but I also think that the ag problem was being really targeted for funding to install what are called two-stage ditches to allow that phosphorus loading to filter out using vegetation. Thanks, Mr. Kleiber.
If I can just quickly chime in, I'll note that, and I'm trying to find my notes where I scribbled this down, but I want to say it's 20,000 plus acres have been enrolled in voluntary nutrient management programs. So I am also hopeful that it isn't just a lucky weather year. And I know that the H2 Ohio funding is potentially getting slightly reduced in the coming year. So I will be very curious to be kind of monitoring this as well, just to see what impacts it has.
And we'll try to track that for the next season when we give our initial projection update for you all for the next season.
Any other comments or discussion, questions? If we're all good. Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Maya. Next, we have a presentation on from the Ohio EPA, how FPAs become part of the 208 plan and updates on statewide water quality management plan. I'd ask Eric to keep this to 10 minutes, please. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I know. Jeremy and I go, we again, I want to echo Pam's thanking you for inviting us to the County Sanitary Engineers Conference. That was very good opportunity. And this is kind of a part of what I did there to talk about 208 planning and a little more background. 'Cause that was more of a 100 level class. If you want to go to college you know, you guys are more at the 200 to 300 level class. 'Cause you guys have been doing this at NOACA for years, and especially this committee in particular, you guys get kind of down and dirty with this stuff. So I didn't want to go that high level. So I kind of have some new slides to present to you guys. Hopefully they'll explain more of the 201, 208 linkage in the state of Ohio, as well as some updates to our plan. But again, thank you not only for Jeremy for the conference presentation, but inviting me here today to talk with you all. I'm going to go real quick because of the time. I am cognizant of the time, Jeremy. So yes, background, we do the 208 planning because it's part of the Clean Water Act, 1972 amendments to the Federal Water Pollution Control Act, known as the Clean Water Act. Basically have put in a lot of provisions. In particular, for what we do, we're talking about Section 201, which is the old grant program, Section 205, which has to do with funding, water quality management planning grants, and then Section 208, which is what you all do, which is the area-wide waste management planning, and then Section 303, which deals with water quality standards, effluent limits, and TMDL. So basically, we're required under the Clean Water Act as the state to maintain a water quality management plan, which has 9 components that are outlined in Section 208 and Section 303. So basically, the 208 portion is what you guys are implementing on a regional level. And then for the areas throughout the rest of the state, we do it at EPA. But quickly, you guys know what you do with your 208 plan. Sarah and Pam do a great job at maintaining it. But basically, it's basically under the Clean Water Act, it's wastewater issues that might impact water quality. And it's for areas that are impacted by these issues, specifically sewage collection and treatment, but also stormwater non-point source pollution. So I know especially, you know, statewide, the sewers get a lot of the attention. The wastewater management gets a lot of the attention. But in the plan, as Pam and Sarah can attest to, there is a lot of information, great information on stormwater management and non-point source pollution, watershed action plans, watershed planning. So it is a comprehensive plan. It's just the wastewater side gets to it because it involves permitting at the state level. It is regional in area, so we want a regional analysis, not just, you know, and you guys do a great job of doing that. And it, as Sarah pointed out, it's implemented by many agencies. It's not just you guys. It's not just the WAC. It really does take a village to do this work. So, and again, it's required by in Ohio. So also part of the 1970s, you know, 72 Clean Water Act. In that Section 208, it allowed each state governor to appoint regional planning agencies to basically do the work for the state on a regional basis, and that's what you guys do. So that's why you guys are part of this process. You're one of 6 agencies currently that do that in 24 counties. And basically each agency, you maintain your own plan. As you guys will, you guys do it the way you need to do it, how it works for your region, what works best. And we let you guys do that, and your plan is incorporated by reference into the state water quality management plan. And you guys do a great job at doing that. So basically, you and your sister agencies are in the, you know, have 24 counties, and the areas that aren't covered by that, Ohio EPA takes on that responsibility. So when you hear the state 208 plan, it's really your guys' it's a 6 area-wide plan. So NOACA, NEFCO, or Eastgate, TMCOG, OKI, and Miami Valley, plus Ohio EPA's plan combine create the state 208 plan. So you're one of 7 plans that are in effect in Ohio. I've been approved by the governor and US EPA. Quickly, some comparisons. Ohio EPA plan to the area-wide plans. You guys cover 24 counties, and we cover 64, which seems like a lot for us. But if you take it into population perspective, you guys actually cover over 60% of the population in the state. So I need to add that. In fact, I'm going to update this slide to add population on this because it looks like we're doing more work than you guys. We are not. You guys are doing the heavy lifting because you guys have the population. You also have the area-wides between you all have 6 dedicated staff plus support staff. Usually each area-wide has 1 person designated for that. For the state, it's basically me and my boss and that do it. So you guys definitely, and you guys do a lot more intense planning as well. Some of the commonalities is both your plans as well as the state's plans have to be certified by the governor and approved by US EPA. This is a federal plan. It's not an Ohio EPA plan. So we do not approve it as the agency. It's the governor that approves it or certifies it, and it has to be approved by US EPA. But we've worked in the process where we can do updates to facility planning area boundaries and prescriptions based on board approval for you guys. And now we have a new process where our director can approve those changes similar to what you guys do. We all have water quality, kind of regional water quality components. Ours are a little dated. We're in the process of updating those by county, but you guys do too. And we do have information on stormwater and non-point source pollution. One things we did, a few areas we differ. You guys, especially here in Nowaka, do your own population projections for facility planning areas as part of your as well as for your transportation side. We do not at Ohio EPA. We rely on Department of Development or a similar planning organization to Nowaka in that specific region. So we do not do population projections ourselves. And then we don't really have any optional elements. We have 9 required elements. That's what we stick to, but you guys can add whatever you want to your plans, be it supporting watershed groups, lake area initiatives, urban streams. You guys can add things to your plan as you need for a region to develop a regional clean water strategy. Okay, so how do we implement this? And this is where the wastewater kind of gets the first billing with regards to two-way plan, even though there's a lot more components to it, because basically the implementation for it is through the state permitting process. So basically, we cannot, under state statute, approve permits to install National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES discharge permits, or issue construction loan funding from our Water Pollution Control Loan Fund that conflict with in any of the 7 208 plans. So yours, the other 5 area wides, and EPAs, we cannot, under state statute, issue any of those that are in conflict. And really our goal with working with contracting with the area wise to do this is that we want, as an agency, that when we approve a PTI or discharge permit or construction loans, we want that to line up with what you guys have planned locally. So that is why, Pam and Sarah and all the other area-wide folks do such a good job and put a lot of work into keeping these plans updated, because they do have permitting implications as well as funding. Okay, so that's my quick background, and I don't know how quick I was, but I want to circle back to this slide because I want to go back to 201s, because if you look at the 9 requirements under the Clean Water Act, I did the hard work for you. 201 is not listed as a required element of a 208 plan. So how do we get to the point where we're using 201's mapping and now it's a required element in Ohio for 208 plans? So when they handed the keys over to the state 208 plan, told me to update it, I had a lot of files I had access to. So I went through a lot of old data, a lot of old memos, a lot of old information to kind of come up with this kind of high level connection between 201 and 208 that I hopefully will make sense to you all. So basically, let's go back to the start of the Clean Water Act. So basically, passed in 1972, I was not yet born, but we all know the river was on fire. There were a ton of issues, with wastewater. A lot of it was wastewater borne, and they had to get a lot of things done fast. So basically, they established they used 208 planning areas. So that's one of the sections. And I don't want to offend anyone, so I'm doing kind of fictional type of things here. So if you're a Star Wars fan, you'll get a kick out of this. If you're not, then it just is kind of a fictional thing. But basically, this is a fictional 208 area, Tatooine 208 plan, and within it you have basically 4 cities areas: Mos Eisley, Mos Espa, close to each other up in upper left. You have kind of your government seat, Bastine, down to your to your right, and then you have a little small farming community, rural community, Anchorhead, down it. So these are all within a 208 plan that's been approved by US EPA, certified by the governor, so forth. So also in the 208 plan was the 201 construction grants. So I don't know if you guys recall that or anyone was part of that. But this was basically, they gave out free money. So they basically, the federal government, when the Clean Water Act was passed, provided 75% funding for any new wastewater project. So basically you paid for a quarter of it, the feds, putting up the bill for the rest of it. But as with all government programs, it wasn't a free, there were strings attached. So part of that was you had to do what's called 201 facility planning areas. Anyone know why they wanted us to, they wanted folks to establish facility planning areas? So 2 main reasons. One, So you define the area that you're going to be serving for your plan, so you can properly size it. And two, so you're not, you and your neighbor communities are not planning for the same areas, and therefore, you know, counting on the same customer base, and also, and therefore over planning both capacities for your plan. So they want to really limit where you're planning and make sure you're not overlapping with your neighbor, so you're not over planning and therefore spending public resources, public dollars on both planning for the same area. So those are the strings that were attached. So basically what happened was, if you wanted to get that money, you had to do an FPA. So in this case, Most Isley decided theirs, Most ESPA decided theirs. And then Bestine, you know, didn't really have anyone around them, a bigger city. They decided to go with more of a watershed approach, and really, you know, had a big area that they were considering for wastewater planning. And Anchorhead at the time didn't really have a plant, so they didn't do this. They didn't request the funds. They didn't do FPA. So this process of you having a 201 facility planning area within an approved 208 plan basically linked those two together. So that's how those two became linked back in the 70s and 80s. So fast forward to the 1980s, and a lot of things started changing. Is one, the policy change where those construction grant monies, that 75% funding, which is, as you're aware, is no longer available. That got phased out to the revolving loan fund, the Water Pollution Control Loan Fund. Because those FPA boundaries were associated with that construction grant program, basically they started ignoring the 201 plans, the facility planning area. So they didn't even they stopped looking at those boundaries, because as they're phasing out that program, they basically said, oh, you know, that's part of the 201. We don't need to consider that anymore. So basically they essentially disappeared for a while. So basically development continued. We didn't stop development, but we weren't looking at the 201 FPA boundaries when we're designing sewer systems and when we're issuing permits at the state level. Okay. And then so Most Isley just, you know, built some trunk sewers. ESPA built some trunk sewers. The best, you know, Anchorhead finally got a little sewer system down there. And then Bestine. These were all developed without the input or review of 201 plans. Fast forward to the 90s, and Ohio EPA was sued by the city of Reynoldsburg, as well as US EPA, because we were issuing permits that were in conflict with the 208 plans as well as the 201 FPA maps. So in the arguments and in the filings, the federal court ruled that 208 planning is implementation is non-discretionary, and that includes any FPA boundaries that were approved as part of a 208 plan. So therefore, we had to, after that ruling, because the state and the federal government argued that the 201 program is no longer there, therefore those don't apply. The court said, nope, they were part of a regional strategy to protect water quality, and therefore they still apply. So we had to basically the state and US EPA entered into consent decree to update their 208 plans and the FPA boundaries within approved 208 plans. So who did that affect? It affected obviously those 7 agencies that do 208 planning. So we all had to go back and start looking at this, literally taking them off the shelf and dusting off. This is back in the 90s before computers, and trying to start updating these plans. So basically, and then we had to do annual updates too. That's part of the Clean Water Act. So basically, when you reapply those 208 boundaries, which what we did here in Northeast Ohio, what we did throughout the state, there were sewers that were installed that were definitely in conflict with the 208 plan. So that's when, back in the mid-90s through the early 2000s, that's when we had to go back as an area-wide, as a state, and reevaluate these FPA boundaries. So in this case of Most Isley, Most ESPA as the example, we had to go back and draw FPA boundaries that included what what they're currently serving, and then what they plan to serve. So this was the part that was difficult, because you know, there's a lot of plans that were in place that had to be discussed. You know, well, we want this area, we want that area, but we had to go back and do that for these areas, and the WACA played a huge role in that in Northeast Ohio. Most ESPA, they had to redraw that back in the mid-90s to 2000s. Anchorhead, which didn't have a FPA before, they went ahead and drew a small FPA down there. And the Bestine wasn't in violation, but that FPA boundary was drawn back when you're getting 75% of it funded through the federal governments, And water quality regulations were not as strict as they were now. So the economics just didn't make sense anymore for that big of an area. So they would reevaluate it and decided to downsize their FPA to make it a little more economically feasible for them and really reflect areas that they could or wanted to get sewers to. So that is kind of how we got to where we are today with 201s and these FPA maps, and why almost every meeting you guys are approving new FPA boundaries and prescriptions, because this is a unique interaction in Ohio. We're the only one in the Great Lakes states that does it this way. There are a few states out west and one or two out east that have similar type of 208, 201 connections, but we are definitely the unicorn for this process in the Midwest. And for the most part, it mainly applies to 201 facility plans that overlapped with 208 plans. So basically, in rural areas that didn't have 208 plans, you're probably not going to see a lot of FPAs and prescriptions. You're going to see, but the urban areas, you're going to see more of this. And they must be maintained. So that's another thing, is there has to be annual updates. So that's why, again, almost every meeting we are considering, and you're not alone, NEFCO and the other area wides are continuously updating these plans, because they need to be maintained as part of the permitting process, and because they do have implications. So, so from that, so when we now, from an agency perspective, what do we look for when we get an application for sewer extension or new plan or whatever, and how they conform to the 208 plan? So we really look at these three things as an agency. Management agencies, who's going to be doing it, or do they have legal authority, management capacity, so forth, and the FPA boundaries. We know, is it in the right FPA, and the prescription, is it an area that allows for sewers, or the type of project that is being proposed. And two of these three requirements, management agency is one of the requirements, 9 requirements in the Clean Water Act for our state water quality management plan. But facility planning and prescriptions are the ones that are based on the 201 link in Ohio. So projects that conflict with any of these threes, we cannot approve a PTI, NPDES permit, or a construction application. This is the form Pam was talking about. So this is how we for the PTIs, we went to the online form, so there's no longer a checkbox, there's a drop down. If you submit an application called Form A, there's 3 choices you have: yes, no, or not applicable. I guarantee you, and almost guarantee you, in the NOACA region, non-applicable is not an option. Because there is almost 208 plan information, almost every area. There are a few no FPA areas, but they still have prescriptions. So if you click yes, you have to provide documentation, and that's where this is the point. This is the form that we are working to get that link to all the area-wide information on the online maps. Link to this that Pam mentioned earlier. So this, hopefully, I just sent out another email yesterday about it. It's getting close, Pam, I promise. That there will be a link. If you click yes, there'll be a link for the online mapping that you need to provide documentation, or a letter or email from the area wide that this is consistent with their plan. There are plenty of resources. NOACA has their own JS portal. There's a statewide one, online map, and there's staff available to do that. So, and then you don't know about the weekly reviews that's done by both the staff and the area wides as well. Here's Ohio EPA's information. If you want more information on our 208 plan and the facility planning app, the app has not only EPA's information, but all the area-wide information as well. So every single area-wide is tapped into that map and keeps their map up to date for the statewide app. So if you want to see what Toledo's doing, or OKI is doing, or Dayton's doing, you could go in there and see what their plans look like. They're ugly long government URLs, so just put in Google search Ohio EPA 208 plan, and these should be the first 2 that pop up for you. Okay, quickly for for our plan. So when I came into Ohio EPA, I've been there about 2 years. I can't believe it's been that long since I left NOACA, but we've been busy. So we did update the plan for the first time since 2006. I know a lot have changed since 2006. My daughter was born in 2006 and now a sophomore in college. So the plan was dated, so it needed a lot of work. We streamlined the document. We took it from the main text from 45 pages down to 33, and with appendices, we took it from 506 pages down to 238, not a easy breezy read, but a lot more user-friendly. A lot more links involved in there now. We reference a lot of the old EPA, a lot of EPA reports, TMDLs, a non-point source program, dredge and fill program, the effluent limits. That is all now reference, included by reference instead of being done in detail. And that in the state water quality plan, as well as the integrated report and the TMDL report. So it's basically now just all reference information. We update information and terminology. Some has changed, is stormwater 1 or 2 words, things like that. So we updated that type of information. And like with what Sarah and Pam and Jeremy are doing for the Medina County information, we update all those tables as well. But the most important thing we put in, at least in my opinion, is a new modification process similar to what you guys do. So basically, and this was approved by US EPA on October 17th. So we're not even 2 months from being approved. So we have a brand new approval process. So it doesn't really affect you all because you gotta go through the NOACA process. But if you're outside NOACA in one of those counties that are covered by EPA, we now have a process similar to what you guys do. Basically, now our director of Ohio EPA can take action on a proposed FPA or prescription modification, and approve it, and then we can make permitting decisions off that. So the process for you guys, once once the NOACA board makes a decision, we can, as an agency, make a permitting decision based on the area-wide board's decision. Now, we can just do the same thing with director's decision. And it applies only to existing FPAs and prescriptions. Anything new would still have to get, certified by the governor and approved by US EPA, new FPAs and prescriptions. But any updates to existing ones, we can take a more streamlined process. And also management agencies, we had 2 management agencies that came in. We had no process to actually officially include them in our 2A plan without governor certification and US EPA approval, which caused a lot of delays. So we now have a process in place where the staff can now put those in the plan and then update it in the next annual certification. I won't go through this because it's not going to really apply to you guys, but if you look through it, it's a lot of NOACA in here because we base this off the Columbus Regional Facility Planning Area update process that's currently in our plan just for Columbus, and that was based on NOACA's 2-way plan, that process. So basically took that, it was been approved by US EPA, we kind of, gave us a spit, shine, and polish, and now extended to the entire state, but it has a lot of NOACA in here that this agency worked on back in the late 90s, early 2000s. But basically it works like a permit. So basically some entity submits a petition for an update. It'll get a 30-day public notice. If there is if it is requested or we know there's going to be a lot of interest in it, we will hold a public hearing. But after the 30 days, the Ohio EPA director can make a decision, and upon the director's approval, we can take permitting actions from that. And then we'll include that in the next annual update like we do with area-wide updates for your 208 plans. Similar is Ohio EPA does not need a petition to make changes, much similar to what you guys do on your 5-year updates. You guys can start your updates, do updates on your own initiative. We can intuit Ohio EPA. So that's in there. And if you really want to get the down and dirty details, it's in Chapter 8 of the new plan. I'm going to skip this because I know we're close on time or over, as Jeremy, I'm sure, is telling me. But if you, we do have planning criteria in our plan. If you want to get your facility plans into the state 208 plan, we have planning criteria in place for facility planning guidance. Basically, it's like any facility plan, except we have kind of three extra steps we want you to do to get incorporated into the state 208 plan. And again, that's our plan, not your guys'. You guys have your own process to get things into your plan. That's great. But the 64 counties we cover, we ask you to set an FPA boundary, define your future service areas, establish prescriptions, and if you're doing a regional service, make sure you have those agreements in place for that service. And then most of Ohio's EPA's 2-way plan, most of the areas are covered by what we call generic prescriptions. It'd be similar to your guys' default descriptions for your 2-way plan. You can find it in Appendix 3, but these are basically, in the Ohio plan, they're basically the minimum legal authority under state law to do wastewater planning and treatment. So basically setting out state laws in our prescriptions. Now, general prescriptions we recommend for areas that aren't facing a lot of active development, don't have very many wastewater treatment plants in close proximity where there's not a lot of competition, things like that. They work really well in that situation. I mean, these would cover things, those type of situations. We do not recommend it and are working actively to work with management agencies in areas that are developing, in areas that have multiple wastewater treatment plants in close proximity to each other. So this is Central Ohio. This is the Columbus area. One of the fastest growing areas, not only definitely in the state, but also in the Midwest and in the country, facing a lot of development pressures. So we're trying to update and bring in new management FPAs and prescriptions for these areas. But the gray areas on this map are the generic prescriptions, and the colored areas are the specific prescriptions. So as you can see, as you get more in populated areas, we really want to see those specific prescriptions. And as the development continues in Central Ohio, we want to continue developing those FPAs and central prescriptions and specific prescriptions. Quickly, Big Darby. So one unique prescription is we have a prescription that covers the entire Big Darby watershed. And those of you not familiar with Big Darby watershed, it's one of the most ecologically diverse water systems, not only in Ohio, but in the Midwest. It is has a lot of unique mussels, a lot of endangered species in it. It's also happens to be one of the fastest growing areas in the Midwest, if not the country. So we have specific prescriptions, protection prescriptions for stream setbacks, wetlands, and forested areas for the entire watershed. So if you're planning to do development in that area, there's another layer of protection prescriptions in the two-way plan that you have to follow. And again, it's basically meant for new developments within the watershed. We're not retroactively going back and making people to do something, but any new developments going forward, they can come in for permits. We're making sure that they're following the protection measures. And I'll leave you with this. The Mid-Ohio Regional Planning Commission, or MORPC, has requested to Ohio EPA to be designated as an area-wide. So if you saw that map at the beginning, you noticed that Columbus is the only metropolitan area that does not have a designated area-wide agency like NOACA doing 208 planning. So MORPC, after years of talk, from my understanding, is now in the position where they are considering doing this for these 5 counties: Franklin, which is the Columbus area; Delaware County; Union County; Licking, and Fairfield. We have not done designation of a new area-wide since the 1970s, and we have never done a designation of area-wide for an area already covered by a 208 plan. So we're kind of learning as we go, because no one at the agency was around when we did the previous designations, and we didn't have to consider removing a designation from the state plan and putting it into an area-wide plan all at the same time. So it's kind of a balancing act that we're going through with MORPC. We're exploring with MORPC. So they're in the process of coming up with their policies. I know the staff has been involved with helping MORPC with that as well. Kind of figuring out what you guys do, because you guys do it so well. But the next step, which will be early next year, is reaching out to these 5 counties, the communities in there, the management agencies in there, to go over what they're proposing to become an area-wide. So just to let you know that you might have a 7th area-wide here in the 2 years or so, will be my best guess for a timeline. So that's all I have. So I appreciate it. I'd be happy to take any questions. I know I threw a lot at you, but you guys are experienced at 208 planning. So, but no, I do appreciate you inviting me, and happy holidays, everyone.
Any questions or comments for Eric? Thank you for the thorough presentation. Next, we'll move on to roundtable discussion. Any updates? The only thing I'd like to add is just to thank Pam Davis and Sarah Stanzi and NOACA for allowing them to come down to our conference a couple weeks ago to do their presentation to our group. So just wanted to say thanks to. With that being said, we'll move on to old business. We have resolution 2025-054, which was the Medina County FPA prescriptions modification request for the villas at Hidden Lakes and Stonegate subdivision in Medina Township. And Sarah's going to present on that.
Yes, just to keep this brief, we brought this to our board on December 12th, 2025, Resolution 2025-054. These maps should look familiar to you all. We just changed the prescription for these two parcels to currently sewered, and sewers expected within 20 years to allow for the extension of sanitary sewers for these projects. So this was approved by our board last week.
Thank you. On to new business. Is there any new business? Okay, no new business. Then can I have a motion to adjourn? All right, can I have a second? All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Meeting's adjourned. Thank you. Just a quick item though, next regular meeting is Friday, March 20th.